Recording in progress.
Bom dia, senhores deputados. Nós vamos retomar o nosso trabalho. Espero que tenham descansado bem e vamos retomar a sessão de mensagens. Tem a palavra, Malta, o senhor Farrugia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable...
Muito obrigado, Presidente. Caros colegas, caros parlamentares. É importante que os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável não sejam tratados como apenas coisas que estão no papel ou que vão para a gaveta. Os ODS são metas fundamentais para assegurar um futuro sustentável para todas as gerações futuras, nomeadamente. Independentemente de quão difícil possa parecer, é da maior importância que sejam feitos compromissos e cumpridos. E, portanto, os Parlamentos Nacionais têm a obrigação de assegurar e supervisionar que as metas estabelecidas pelos países respectivos não só são implementadas, mas cumpridas também. Contudo, essas metas, incluindo naturalmente a que estamos a discutir hoje nesta conferência tão importante, em que o papel dos Parlamentos Nacionais é tão importante. Caros colegas, membros dos Parlamentos, a paz, a justiça e instituições fortes estão interligados. A violência em todas as suas formas está estreitamente relacionada com o mau governo, com a ausência de um Estado de Direito, com o desrespeito pelas liberdades fundamentais. Instituições corruptas não inclusivas geram insatisfação entre os cidadãos, entre os povos e são um fator de conflito. As forças de segurança dos Estados que não sejam responsabilizadas por isso poderão entrar numa espiral perigosa de violência. As instituições fracas, a corrupção, a insegurança e sistemas de justiça ineficientes e pouco fiáveis são uma ameaça para o desenvolvimento sustentável. O medo da violência, a falta de segurança e ambientes não seguros põem em perigo o desenvolvimento pessoal dos indivíduos, afetando também o bem-estar das sociedades. Instituições que não funcionem de acordo com as leis podem dar aso ao abuso de poder e, por conseguinte, são menos capazes de prestar serviços públicos a todos. Portanto, temos que ter liberdade de expressão, tanto em termos públicos como privados. Os Parlamentos Nacionais têm sempre que dar o exemplo quando lidarem com transparência e responsabilização. Por exemplo, em Malta, já em 2017, introduziu o papel uma norma sobre a representação da vida pública para assegurar que esse comitê que foi criado no Parlamento tem por objetivo manter as normas das pessoas na vida pública no maior nível de estima possível e para criar a confiança entre as pessoas, os cidadãos e os seus representantes no Parlamento. Enquanto representantes eleitos, os Parlamentos aprovam legislação e estão em contacto com as pessoas para assegurar que os valores fundamentais da não-violência, respeito, abertura para com outros, tolerância, solidariedade e paz são seguidos. Através do nosso trabalho parlamentar, temos que reafirmar a importância deste entendimento mútuo e do diálogo enquanto uma base para quaisquer sociedades funcionais e para quaisquer relações interpessoais. Pelo contrário, através do diálogo, conseguimos criar uma base de troca de pontos de vista e crenças. E assim reforçamos também uns aos outros e isto é só necessário a nível nacional. Mas nós estamos aqui em Angola, enquanto grupo de parlamentares de todo o mundo, de todos os continentes, e estamos aqui para assegurar que, a nível mundial, nós temos que ter instituições fortes, com vista a procurar a paz, a justiça e o bom entendimento. Contudo, infelizmente, e eu digo isto do fundo do coração, tenho que reconhecer que aquilo que estamos a assistir é o oposto daquilo que nós, os seres humanos, devíamos esperar. Aquilo que estamos a assistir no Médio Oriente é de grande preocupação para todos nós, não apenas para as partes diretamente envolvidas, mas também para todo o mundo. Porquê, eu pergunto, porquê é que não temos já a solução dos dois Estados em vigor e porquê é que o povo palestiniano foi ignorado durante décadas? É uma vergonha para todos nós. E eu apelo aqui, sinceramente, a todas as partes que se abstenham de política de poder e avancem no sentido do diálogo, da compreensão, de uma paz duradoura. É muito importante que as instituições multilaterais, como as Nações Unidas, prossigam os seus esforços sem mais delongas para promover o respeito pela lei internacional e para que haja instituições globais fortes para assegurar que a paz e a justiça são aplicadas em todas as nações. Não podemos falhar nesta questão. Caros colegas, eu vou concluir partilhando convosco uma frase de Kennedy, uma citação de John Kennedy. É mesmo para acabar. A paz no mundo, como a paz na comunidade, não requer que cada homem ame o seu próximo. Requer apenas que vivam juntos, com tolerância mútua e sujeitando as suas disputas a um juízo justo. Muito obrigada. Agora vou chamar a Namíbia. Namíbia, Sr. Kajavivi.
Thank you, Madam.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente, caros membros da UIP. Em primeiro lugar, quero agradecer do fundo do coração ao UIP e aos nossos anfitriões, o Parlamento de Angola, pela calorosa recepção que nos deram. Nesta ocasião, gostaria de reconhecer também o papel fundamental que o povo e o governo de Angola tiveram para a liberdade da Namíbia e a independência da Namíbia. Entre 87 e 89 teve em lugar uma batalha no continente africano, a maior no continente africano desde a Segunda Guerra Mundial, a Batalha do Cuito Canaval, que permitiu ao nosso país chegar à independência. E, portanto, estaremos sempre endividados para com o apoio sem falhas do povo de Angola. Senhoras e senhores, por outro lado, estamos particularmente preocupados com a batalha que está em curso, o conflito que está em curso entre Israel e o Hamas. A escalada deste conflito tem vindo a suscitar desafios humanitários graves e apelamos à desescalada e à necessidade de um diálogo para abrir o caminho para um corredor humanitário que permita que cheguem os abastecimentos essenciais e também apoiamos a solução dos dois Estados, uma solução permanente de dois Estados como solução para esta crise e que deve ser tomada pelas resoluções relevantes das Nações Unidas. Senhoras e senhores, o tema desta 147ª Assembleia da UIP, a ação parlamentar para a paz, justiça e instituições fortes, tem muito a ver com os ideais do Parlamento da Namíbia. E estamos empenhados para com este objetivo 16 do Objetivo de Desenvolvimento Sustentável. Tem a ver com a nossa responsabilidade enquanto legisladores para aprovar leis que sejam responsáveis ou que deem resposta às necessidades e aspirações dos nossos cidadãos. A paz é uma pedra angular de qualquer desenvolvimento e nós temos vindo a assistir às consequências terríveis da sua ausência em regiões de conflito no mundo. Há vidas humanas que se perderam e muitas outras. Muitas pessoas estão deslocadas, nomeadamente mulheres e crianças, que sofrem com estes desastres causados pelo homem. Nós temos que mudar esta situação. Nós temos que ter uma abordagem multissetorial para abordar esta praga da instabilidade que põe em causa o nosso tecido moral. Senhoras e senhores, enquanto parlamentares, nós temos um papel fundamental na promoção dos direitos humanos e da inclusividade.
Instinctively linked, and it is incumbent upon us to create environment that foster both. We can bridge the gap between the government and citizens through transparency and accountability, thereby promoting democracy. Namibia is committed to maintaining multi-party democracy, allowing diverse perspectives and ideas to thrive. We conduct regular elections and have initiated the Children's Parliament, giving young people a voice in the democratic process. This participatory approach has led to legislative changes in favor of children's welfare. Ladies and gentlemen, as parliamentarians, we are entrusted with the task of turning aspirations of our people to reality through laws we enact and our oversight of the executive. By doing so, we improve livelihoods, enhance efficiency, and contribute to the successful attainment of Sustainable Development Goals. These global frameworks call for peace, security, and stability, as prerequisites for sustainable development. As member countries, we must mobilize resources to eradicate poverty, inequality, and other vices that threaten stability. Together, we can create a world of peace, justice, and strong institutions, paving the way for prosperity, well-being for all. And on that note, I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, senhora.
Mr. Speaker, now we give the floor to the Democratic Republic of Gabon. Democratic Republic of Gabon. Mr. Lukwebo.
S'il vous plaît, madame. S'il vous plaît, madame la présidente. Le président de...
Madam, the Speaker of the Senate of the Democratic Republic of the Congo is on his way. Mr. Lukwebo is the Speaker of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, not Gabon. So perhaps you could call him later. Thank you.
Vous remercie.
Thank you. Gabon then. Thank you.
Oui, mais non.
Monsieur le Président,
President of the IPU, Speaker of the National Assembly of Angola, Secretary General of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Speakers of Parliament, Parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. I would like, at the outset, to echo the words of those who've spoken before me in extending my warm greetings to the brother people of Angola and congratulate the National Assembly of Angola for having hosted this meeting so ably. Speaker, on behalf of my delegation in my personal capacity and on behalf of the institution that I represent here, I'd like to extend the warm greetings of the people of Gabon. I'd also like to express my gratitude to the President and Secretary General of the IPU for their invitation and for the invitation extended to former speakers of the National Assembly of Gabon who are here with us. One of my colleagues was unable to come here but has sent apologies. We are very grateful for all the friendship that you've extended to our Parliament and to our country, Gabon, which is undergoing a rather particular set of circumstances. Finally, parliamentarians, I cannot find the words to express our gratitude for the show of solidarity that you showed us on the 30th of August 2023, which will now be a historic day in Gabon. A historic day for freedom because our patriotic forces were able to stage an intervention that took place without bloodshed, without riots. It was welcomed by the populace. Ladies and gentlemen, Gabon has just shown to the world that even in despair, even in a crisis, peace can be preserved, and parliamentarians had a pivotal role to play in that. Of course, concerns may be raised, but observers who are familiar with Gabonese politics must feel comfortable with this. We have undergone a number of transitions since the 1960s, but we've always been moving peacefully towards reconciliation and towards working with our institutions. And that's because we have a deep-set culture of peace. We've promoted our values of dialogue, and we've sought a consensus at all times. This propensity for reconciliation is the heritage of our founding fathers. President Leomba, Georges Lamasaleka, and others. And I also refer to our national anthem, which is known as Le Concorde. All of these values are in our hearts. So we work tirelessly to preserve peace, and that calls upon all of us as individuals and as opinion leaders, as representatives of communities, to foster that. Of course, the Parliament is the guardian of the contract between the state and the people, the governors and the governed. And in that logic, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, I would like to pay warm homage to my predecessor, Fossam Bokobi, the Speaker of the National Assembly of Gabon from January 2019 to August 2023. He has done significant work for prosperity. He's also written a book about peace, which is full of messages that are important to bear in mind. It calls upon many different members of society, from decision makers to sports people, scientists, leaders of institutions, members of government, religious leaders, and traditional communities to espouse those values. This book runs to some 500 pages. It was published in 2021. And it condemns all violence, and it did so just before some crucial elections. We, as Gabonese parliamentarians, want to reassure you, then, that we will continue to play our role as sentinels of peace in our country, in line with our transitional charter and the other guidelines that have been put in place by the leader of the transition, the President of the Republic, and our head of state. Ladies and gentlemen, the mandate that the Gabonese Parliament has seeks to achieve a single objective: peace, lasting peace, the inalienable rule of law, inclusiveness. And this calls for a number of criteria to be met, and that's why we need the international community to help us, to support us in this move back to constitutional order. Concerns and condemnations are understandable. But we face particular circumstances, and sanctions against a people that's decided to take its destiny in hand peacefully cannot be justified. Gabon is an active player in the international community, and that's why today it needs the international community, because Gabon is a land of opportunity, hospitality, and a haven of peace. Thank you.
Agora a palavra a Moçambique.
Thank you. Now we give the floor to Mozambique, Mrs. Diaz.
Sua Excelência.
Your Excellency, Mr. Duarte Pacheco, President of the IPU. Your Excellency, Mrs. Carolina Sequeira, Speaker of the National Assembly of Angola. Excellencies, Speakers of Parliament, Excellency, Secretary General of the IPU, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me, on behalf of the people and Mozambican parliamentarians, I greet all participants in this 147th General Assembly of the IPU. Special greetings to the Parliament in the person of Mrs. Carolina Cerqueira, to the Angolan people and the Angolan government for hosting this assembly, in the first one in the African Lusophone space. The theme, promoting peace and strong institutions, is very important for our parliaments and countries, and it's in line with SDG 16 and Agenda 2063 on Africa that we want. Peace and justice in the world has been a constant challenge, requiring the action of all and institutions increasingly stronger, concerned on promoting and advocating the fundamental rights of citizens. The Constitution of the Republic of Mozambique enshrines fundamental rights, freedom, peace, and harmonious development. Mozambicans have been committed to a search for effective peace after the civil war that lasted 16 years ended, that caused thousands of deaths, migrations, destruction of vital public and private infrastructures, vital for the development of the country. Our pacification experience in various conflicts and our involvement through dialogue in global conflicts has contributed to our role as non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. We are a peaceful country with peace and social harmony, despite a few terrorist actions in the province of Cabo Delgado. These actions have caused the death and displacement of people, but the quick action of our defense and security forces, also with the support of Rwanda and other countries, has helped the populations go back to their hometowns and back to their normal lives. On the 4th of October, we celebrated 31 years of peace, and this year we closed the last military base and disarmament of the Renamo militants. Excellencies, with multipartidarism since 1990, our country has been carrying out elections regularly. This same month we had the local election, and next year we have the legislative and general elections, as well as for the provincial assemblies. These elections have allowed for the participation of all citizens older than 18, to elect their representatives to the organs of the state across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, the guarantees that the Constitution of the Republic of Mozambique gives to their citizens are very broad. They allow for them to participate in the legislative process and in overseeing the governance plans. Accountability of these bodies of the state takes place at the Parliament, where the head of state has to present an annual report on the state of the nation, and also the Attorney General of the Republic and other entities provide information and clarifications on issues of their realm under the interdependence of institutions. Gender balance is a priority to our state. It is enshrined in the Constitution. Participation of women is quite evident in the bodies of the state. Political representation in the parliament shows a wide participation of women. In 250 MPs, 43.2% are women. The bodies of justice have been contributing to solve conflicts in issues involving gender with the support of legal assistance. Excellencies, I would like to take advantage of this occasion to congratulate His Excellency, Mr. Duarte Pacheco, President of the IPU, whose term ends after this assembly. We'd also like to congratulate again Mrs. Carolina Cerqueira for hosting this assembly and for providing us such good conditions for this event to take place. Thank you very much for your attention.
Presidente, damos agora a palavra ao...
Thank you, Speaker. Passing the floor to the Speaker of Uruguay, Mr. Alvaro.
Buenos días.
Good morning. The Speaker of the Angolan Parliament, Carolina Cerqueira, parliamentarians. It's a great honor and pleasure to be here in this country and to be able to address this distinguished assembly. I would like to talk about a common denominator in almost all the statements made so far. I don't want to just repeat things, but it means that we have this common thread running through our statements. I'm referring, of course, to the importance of three things which are essential for humankind, and these are mutually complementary things if we wish to build a better world: peace, democracy, the strengthening of institutions, and human rights. These three components are the fundamental pillars of a fair, equitable society. These values are not just a wish or something we can try to achieve. They are essential if we are to achieve progress, stability, and harmony within a given society. The first point is peace. Peace is a treasure we must cherish and protect always. It's much more than the absence of armed conflict, because peace means the absence of violence in all forms. A peaceful society enables its citizens to live without fear, and achieve a cultural, economic, and social development, and create a framework which is conducive to development. Peace is fundamental, and we must work to prevent conflicts and to solve disputes in a peaceful manner. The second point is democracy. Democracy is a political system which can best guarantee peace and the participation of humankind. Democracy is rooted in the people, and citizens can elect their representatives. Thus, through these representatives, they can express their opinions. Democracy fosters diversity, tolerance, and dialogue. It makes it possible to solve conflicts in a peaceful manner based on respect for human rights. However, it is essential for democracy to be inclusive. All citizens should have equal opportunities to participate in all the political processes. Finally, the third point is human rights. Human rights are the foundation of a free society. Each individual has inherent, inalienable rights like the right to life, freedom, equality, and dignity. These rights must be respected, protected, and guaranteed by governments and society as a whole. The promotion of human rights is essential to prevent discrimination, oppression, and violence. Human rights are universal. They behoove all human beings, and there should be no detention based on race, gender, sexual orientation, or what have you. Peace, democracy, and human rights are directly intertwined. Democracy fosters participation based on human rights, which in turn builds and contributes to peace and stability. When you respect human rights, you promote justice, you reduce tension, which may give rise to conflict. In addition, peace provides for development, which strengthens in turn institutions, and that strengthens in turn democracy. Notwithstanding, we must be aware of the fact that peace, democracy, and human rights are not definitive achievements. They call for ongoing efforts, monitoring, collaboration on an international level within each country and on an international level as citizens, as parliamentarians, as leaders and members of the international community. We must undertake to promote these values at all times. This means advocating justice, equality, and inclusion. We need to work together to solve conflicts in a peaceful manner and strengthen our democratic institutions. We must not leave here without speaking up for peace, human rights, against terrorism and the use of force. Basically, these three elements are the foundations on which we must build a better world. Thank you.
Muitas graças. Muchas gracias. Muito obrigada, senhora.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Speaker. I'd like to call the Speaker of Cape Verde, Mr. Tavares Correia.
Muito obrigado, Senhora Presidente.
Thank you, Madam President, for giving me the floor. Excellencies, President of IPU, Speaker of the National Assembly of Angola, ladies and gentlemen, on my behalf and on behalf of the delegation, I'd like to submit the greetings of the Cape Verdean people to the marvelous Angolan people, a friend of all times. And also would like to express my greetings to all the participants in this event, which has been wonderfully organized in Angola, in the National Assembly of Angola by Ms. Carolina Cerqueira. Our Africa, when it wants to prepare this event, it always achieves. So I'd like to take the advantage of this opportunity to give my contribution on parliamentary action for peace, justice, and strong institutions. a topic which is essential for mankind and which has an invaluable importance in the context where we live, in the world where we live, where the concept of the stronger and the weaker, of the owners and the servers, is a pure illusion, and it doesn't contribute for the peaceful coexistence. To live a culture, a peace as a culture, and a privileged way of living in all countries is an essential condition for the establishment of a lasting peace within each country and among the different nations of the world. We live today in a transcontinental level, in a geography of conflicts and wars, in unthinkable proportions in this 21st century, which reminds us of very dark times. If we revisit those times, it shows that the world has been a geography of conflicts, of wars, planted in different areas of the globe. There's always wars in some region of the world. So it is urgent to build a true peace agenda, a lasting peace that we all try to attain, and requires a holistic approach, going back to the origin of conflicts, imply the promotion of diplomatic and political dialogue, respect for difference, respect for human rights, social justice, and inclusion of all parties at stake. The peace that can only be attained with justice that should be guaranteed, justice which is accessible to all citizens, impartial and equitable, peace and justice which be guaranteed by strong and effective institutions in complying with their duties, always guided by the primacy of the rule of law, so as to prevent and combat injustice. This is what, ladies and gentlemen, what we wish to attain via SDG 16. Although we do not have much time to comply with it, we parliamentarians have the duty to develop and to strengthen the actions which aim at promoting the attainment of these indispensable SDG, its implementation will not be satisfied by cosmetic actions, and we cannot be closed within our parliaments and the pursuit of unconfessed interests, but it is important to render our parliaments transparent, accountable, with the full participation of citizens in the legislative power. Parliaments open to society, close to citizens, able to listen to their concerns and promote all issues which are related to their legitimate expectations within our duties, which are enshrined in law, in a strict respect for the separation of powers. In view of the current scenario, it is essential to unite our parliaments and strengthen and promote inter-parliamentary cooperation. Parliamentary diplomacy plays a crucial role towards peace, justice, and strong institutions, facilitating mutual understanding and building of consensus. In this 147th General Assembly of IPU, which I hope will be very productive, I'd like to appeal to all parliamentarians to unite around these common goals, striving for innovative solutions with the strong conviction that together we'll be able to build a world where peace, justice, and strong institutions will be a reality for all. Let me conclude congratulating the outgoing President, dear Mr. Pacheco, for the excellent work developed during his mandate, and wishing all the best for all the candidates to the presidency. Thank you once again, the President, the Speaker of the National Assembly of Angola, for the wonderful organization of this event. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'd like to call the Speaker of the Arab Parliament, Mr. Al-Hazumi.
معالي السيدة رئيس
Your Excellency, President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished audience, may the peace and blessings of Allah be upon you. At the outset, it is a great pleasure for me to participate in the 147th IPU Assembly and its meetings. As a matter of fact, the theme of the general debate for this assembly is very timely and comes at a very important moment, where all efforts should be coordinated and converged at all levels to achieve peace, equality, justice, the rule of law, internationally, and good governance within institutions, all of which are essential prerequisites for peace, equality, justice, the rule of law, and the achieving of Goal 16 of the Sustainable Development Goals, which we are still very far from achieving, although about 8 years have passed since its adoption. Distinguished audience, we cannot speak about the realization of the principles of justice and equality while there are still peoples struggling to obtain their most fundamental human rights to freedom and self-determination. I'm referring here to Palestine and its oppressed people who have suffered and continue to suffer for over 75 years now from all forms of injustice, persecution, murder, arrest, and violations in order to enjoy their most basic right and obtain their right to establish their own independent state. As we meet here at this very moment, the Palestinian people is subjected to the most heinous forms of war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide, and forced displacement by the occupying power. This power's criminality has amounted to the use of prohibited weapons against civilians. They are even prohibited against military in war. All of that under the shameful silence of the international community. This is truly a disgrace for the international community. My message today to the international community, human rights organizations, and countries that wear the mask of democracy and falsely claim to defend human rights. Where do you stand from the killing of defenseless children, women, and elders? Where do you stand from the destruction of residential buildings, cutting of water, electricity, and services, and preventing access to aid for civilians in the Gaza Strip? Where do you stand from state terror carried out by the brutal occupying force intentionally targeting a hospital which houses patients, children, and women? Your silence is not neutrality. It is rather a direct participation in these crimes. It is a shame that will be recorded by history, and history will hold you accountable for it. If the horrific scenes of killing and destruction that you are seeing in Gaza did not move you, at that point, you are writing by yourselves a death certificate for the international conscience, the principles and norms of international humanitarian law, and all international laws and charters that affirm the need to protect civilians and the right of peoples to self-determination, as well as the imperative of ending the occupation in all its forms. The utter disregard by the international community of the crimes and massacres suffered by the Palestinian people on a day-to-day basis, and even some countries supporting blindly such crimes, will drag the region into complete and utter destruction. It will impose the law of the jungle at the expense of the norms of international law and resolutions of international legitimacy. Instead of major countries and the big powers taking endeavors to restore calm, they send more weapons to kill Palestinian women and children. Undoubtedly, such double standards have exposed some countries and revealed their true face. Distinguished audience, I demand the Inter-Parliamentary Union Assembly to issue an urgent call for an immediate ceasefire and for lifting the unfair siege of the Gaza Strip, and to hold the occupying power and its supporters fully responsible for terrorist crimes against civilians, and to prosecute the perpetrators of such crimes as war criminals. Allow me to emphasize that the region's pain, tragedies, and sorrows prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the right holder's case will never die, and that the machine of war, murder, destruction, displacement, and genocide will not prevail. This also proves that achieving security, peace, and stability in the Middle East region remains conditional on ensuring that a comprehensive, lasting, and just peace is achieved to the Palestinian question based on the establishment of an independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital. Before concluding, I must express my strict reservation concerning the speech of the incumbent president of the IPU at the inaugural ceremony of this assembly for his blind bias and his support to the occupying power's brutal war crimes against innocent civilians and the people of Palestine. At the same time, I wish to pay tribute to the speech of His Excellency Mr. President of the Republic of Angola at the inaugural ceremony in which he championed the principles of right, justice, and equality incarnated by the justice of the Palestinian question. This is a photo of what our brothers and sisters in Gaza are being subjected to. This is a father carrying the remnants, the limbs of his child, a child that was receiving treatment in a hospital that was bombed by Israel. This only depicts one fraction of the plight of the Palestinian people. We would have wanted the president of the Inter-Parliamentary Union to champion this plight, to express his sympathy and condemn such acts that are targeting innocent civilians, babies, children, and women. Long live Palestine, free and Arab. Thank you for listening. Peace be upon you and the mercy of Allah.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call Mr. Lukwebe from DRC, Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Honorable
Speaker of the National Assembly of Angola, Carolina Sequeira, President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Secretary General of the IPU, Speakers of Parliament, esteemed colleagues, MPs, ladies and gentlemen, and dear guests. Above all, I would like to say that it is a great privilege for me to be here in Luanda, the Republic of Angola, this beautiful city on the shores of the sea, chosen to host the 147th Assembly of the IPU. In this respect, the delegation of the Democratic Republic of Congo wishes particularly to thank the President of the Republic of Angola, His Excellency João Lourenço, the Speaker of the Angolan Parliament, Carolina Sequeira, parliamentarians, the government, and the people of Angola for their very warm welcome and for organizing this assembly. This assembly, for we parliamentarians, is special given the number and status of participants and the relevance of the topics addressed. This gives us an opportunity to show to what extent our people pay special attention and cherish peace and want to put an end to conflict, which leads to mourning, death, and prevents us from attaining sustainable development goals as provided for in Agenda 2030, in particular SDG 16. Our discussions yesterday and today have focused on parliamentary action in favor of peace, justice, and the strengthening and building of effective institutions with a view to consolidating cooperation between various parliaments. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, without peace, nothing is possible. Without justice, there can be no peace or effective institutions either. In several studies, it was clear that the UN adopted the ODDs in 2015 because it deemed this was the best way to combat poverty and create social justice and bring about conditions for peace, preserving nature, and promoting the well-being of humanity. SDG 16 deals with the promotion of peace and justice and effective institutions. This is a cornerstone in the overall SDGs. A crisis of confidence between citizens and their institutions, following a lack of good governance and the egoism of individuals. All this often leads to conflicts in the world. In addition to the failure to respect international law, it's necessary to create safe havens for all. If there's no peace, this has a negative impact on the life of people, and children are swept up in conflicts which lead to the suffering of women. The causes of these disasters are not just human. You have bad management of Mother Earth, which leads to climate change that has a negative impact on our lives and our economies. To attenuate conflicts and improve governance, states should enhance the representation of women and young people with a view to creating resilient, innovative institutions. This is the work that the Parliament of the Democratic Republic of Congo is endeavoring to achieve. Another action by our Parliament consists in adopting legislation to protect citizens' rights and freedoms. In terms of law, domestic law is not sufficient to guarantee peace. You also have international law, which unfortunately applies in a selective manner depending on the country. Just look at how one burning issue is dividing participants. Why? Because we are not scrupulously abiding by international law. Even in terms of solidarity in the event of catastrophe, disaster, or conflict, there are double standards here as well. People quickly forget what is happening. Coronavirus, not long ago, COVID-19, showed how fragile we are, whether we live in the north or in the south. And this example should lead us to show greater solidarity and give up our pride. The IPU is the perfect place to bring about this solidarity and good governance with a view to reinforcing people's trust in institutions and thus building a lasting peace. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
We invite Madame Nuno Kumba from South Sudan, please.
Mr. President of the IPU, Madam President of the 147 IPU Assembly, the Secretary General of the IPU, colleagues, speakers, distinguished delegates, development partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed, again, a great honor for me to address this distinguished global audience of the 147th IPU Assembly on behalf of the Transitional National Legislative Assembly of the Republic of South Sudan. On the onset, Madam President, allow me to join the rest of the speakers in congratulating you, Right Honorable Speaker of the Republic of Angola, Madam Carolina Sequeira, and the Secretariat of the IPU for your tireless efforts to prepare and host this marvelous and historic 147 IPU Assembly in Luanda, Angola. Madam President, dear colleagues, the relevance of the theme of this assembly Parliamentary Action for Peace, Justice, and Strong Institutions, that is SDG 16, cannot be overemphasized. The world is increasingly witnessing untold suffering of millions of people across the globe as a result of the absence of peace in its broad sense and definition. Injustice due to weak institutions of governance. Peace, justice, strong and effective institutions have a symbiotic relationship and are key for democratic governance and sustainable development. In fact, peace, justice, and strong institutions are necessary for the rest of the SDGs for them to be realized. Parliaments, as representatives of the people, are therefore key and better placed to have collective voices in their respective states, to champion and collaborate with the executive arm of government on the issues of peace, justice, and institutions for effective governance and service delivery to their citizens. Injustice and lack of tranquility in many instances have weakened trust and bond between the people and their governments. Accordingly, parliamentary action for peace, justice, and strong institutions are needed to build the bond and trust between the people and their public institutions to enable the prevalence of peace, security, social coexistence, and justice for all. This will only be achieved through public participation in legislative processes and other government programs. The Assembly of the Republic of South Sudan has amended and enacted numerous legislations that safeguard peace and has enshrined the provisions of public consultations and participation in its legislation, such as the Transitional Constitution of the Republic of South Sudan. Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, as a post-conflict institution, the main mandate of the Transitional National Legislative Assembly of the Republic of South Sudan is to oversee the implementation of the peace agreement signed in 2018, review and enact laws that will ensure the smooth implementation of the peace agreement and facilitate the country's post-war reform agenda. In the last 2 years, the Parliament has amended most of the security laws to conform with the security reform program stipulated in the peace agreement. The Parliament has enacted several legislations that promote transparency and accountability in the public institutions to enhance people's confidence in the People's Parliament and the executive. Such laws include Public Finance and Accountability Act, Anti-Corruption Act, Constitutional Making Process Act, the Elections and Political Party Acts, and other related legislation. On this note, I wish to inform this august audience that the implementation of the peace agreement is on track. The government and our President, His Excellency General Salva Kiir Mayardit, is committed to holding elections at the end of the transition period in 2024. Elections serve as the only mechanisms that can allow the people of South Sudan to choose their leaders and the representatives who will deliver services that reflect their needs and enhance trust and confidence building. On the issue of gender, Madam President, the National Assembly constitutes 3.7% of women representation, as well as in the leadership of the Assembly, including the Speaker. We have 22% of women in the executive, including a Vice President and Deputy Governor of the Central Bank. The Transitional National Legislative Assembly is in line with the policy of IPU in relation to the issue of young parliamentarians. In this regard, the Parliament has amended its rules of procedures to include a young parliamentarian caucus as part of the structure of the Parliament. The establishment of this body is at its final stage. Madam President, dear colleagues, prevention of violence at the regional and global level require collective roles by the leaders and the public to maintain social peace as a precondition for good governance. The safety of the world and the maintenance of global peace and security across the world need continuous political dialogue as the gateway for a peaceful world. Since our last meeting in Bahrain, Madam Speaker, new conflicts have emerged. Sudan, a close neighbor, is now facing an unprecedented conflict that has resulted in massive destruction and loss of lives. Thousands of people have been displaced, both internally and externally. The influx of refugees and returnees to the Republic of South Sudan has created a new and serious humanitarian crisis in the country. This requires external support to enable the country manage this humanitarian crisis. Our President, His Excellency General Salva Kiir Mayardit, is playing a major role in trying to bring the warring parties in Sudan to a negotiating table. We pay tribute to all those who have lost their lives, the women and children who are victims in the war zones in Sudan, Ukraine, and the Middle East. We call upon all the warring parties in these conflicts to give dialogue a chance and seek peaceful solutions. In the Great Lakes region, we will continue to explore ways and means of restoring peace, security, and subsequent development in the region through parliaments of the partner states. I commend His Excellency João Lourenço for his efforts to restore peace in the Eastern DRC through the agreed roadmap, as well as the peace efforts led by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta through the East Africa Joint Peacekeeping Arrangement. Madam President, dear colleagues, as I conclude, I wish to thank and congratulate the Right Honorable Speaker and the President of this country for hosting this August gathering. I also would like to thank the outgoing President, Mr. Pacheco, for his able leadership and his ardent support for inclusivity, especially the inclusion of women and youth in all IPU programs. As we look forward to elect a new and female speaker from the African continent, I urge all of us to exercise this democratic process with respect, absolute objectivity, and maturity. The women are happy and proud that the leadership of the IPU at this time is going to the women from the African continent. Let us all be our brothers and sisters keepers. Together, we can change the world to be a better place and a shared future for us and the generations to come. Thank you for your kind attention.
Obrigada, Senhora Presidente. Pode retomar o seu lugar.
Thank you, President. Speaker, Mrs. Amun from Uganda, please.
The President of IPU, Your Excellency, President Carolina, distinguished speakers, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. We are happy that we are being hosted in this great nation and talking about a very important aspect of life, and that is peace. Because peace is what we all crave for, whether at the household level, whether at the community level, whether at the national level, whether globally, we are all yearning to have peace and development. And I think that is why IPU becomes a very, very important vehicle that should ensure that we have peace in the world. So when world leaders set the Agenda 2030, they set targets for the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that required governments and institutions to stimulate action that would address urgent global challenges. SDG 16 particularly serves as a reminder that peace, justice, and strong institutions are foundational pillars for achieving sustainable development in any society. So it involves the will and efforts of different stakeholders at global, regional, and national levels. Indeed, as parliaments, we are duty-bound to facilitate the process of domesticating, implementing, monitoring, and translating the global agenda into practice. Fellow parliamentarians, we have an exclusive responsibility to enact laws that protect and promote justice, ensuring there is a strong legal framework that upholds human rights, fosters equal access to justice, guaranteeing the rule of law, and peace for every citizen. We take charge of the policy formulation and implementation process through our legislative, representative, resource appropriation, and oversight roles. Therefore, parliaments hold the torch to foster the tenets of peace, justice, and strong institutions, which we can choose to light or dim at liberty. We must choose to light the torch brightest. My country, Uganda, which most of you must know as the Pearl of Africa, faces institutional challenges. Admittedly, knowing this is not a day's job, we, however, have registered noteworthy progress in implementing SDG 16, especially in relation to peace and stability. For the past few decades, we have registered relative peace, which has allowed for the establishment of a parliamentary system that encourages a multi-party democratic process. We hold regular elections, and citizens have the opportunity for representation of their interests and participation in the legislative process. Uganda's peace-building initiatives in the East Africa region are well documented, providing a home for many refugees, mobilizing for peace and conflict resolution initiatives in Somalia, South Sudan, the DRC, and availing resources for these peace processes. We have taken steps to strengthen our legal framework and promote access to justice for our citizens. Our legal reforms, including establishment of specialized courts like the Anti-Corruption Court and the Land Division of the High Court, have paved the way for access to appropriate justice at all levels. Our legal aid services to ensure equal access to justice for vulnerable and marginalized people have been notably strengthened. The Parliament of Uganda has enacted laws to strengthen justice systems and promote accountability. We have strengthened our oversight functions, ensuring that government ministries, departments, and agencies are accountable, transparent, and efficient. Renowned scholar Jeffrey Sachs argues that if an economy is malfunctioning, the reasoning goes, something must be wrong with its institutions. Thus, when we enacted the Administration of the Judiciary Act 2021, we paved the way for better funding of the judiciary recruitment, of more judicial officers, and launching more courts of law to improve access to justice around the country. And when we amended the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Act, it was in a bid to improve the appeals process and provide for inclusive access to government contracts. Our mandatory certificate of gender and equity is to ensure inclusivity of institutional budgets before they are approved and implemented. So Uganda has a dedicated forum of members of parliament on SDGs, whose objective is to advocate for implementation of Agenda 2030 and another on ethics and integrity, among others. So beyond some of these issues that we are looking at and grappling with in the world, they are really to do with the imbalances, the gap between the poor and the rich, the greedy, that is some people who are greedy and they want to amass wealth. I don't know to go with it to heaven. So all of these are issues that have created and killed the humankind. So it is really important that we address ourselves to this. And as I conclude, these are the questions I would like us to go with. Beyond elections, can parliaments champion the cause of justice, giving the marginalized, the poor, opportunity to contribute to the development of their countries? Can parliaments strengthen conflict prevention, peace building, and post-conflict recovery efforts to achieve sustainable peace? Can parliaments facilitate strong partnership between government, civil society organizations, and the private sector to implement SDG 16 effectively? Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your kind attention.
Muito obrigada.
Well, thank you very much. And now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Rutimata from East African Legislative Assembly. Please, you have the floor.
The President of the IPU, our host, the Right Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of Angola, the Secretary General of the IPU, distinguished speakers and heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I stand here today to address you on this auspicious occasion. I bring you greetings from members of the East African Ladies Assembly, EALA, and the people of the East African Community, EAC, a regional economic bloc which is made by 7 partner states: Burundi, Democratic Republic of Congo, Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, United Republic of Tanzania, and Uganda, more than 40 and 100 millions of people. This year's IPU conference is anchored on the theme Parliamentary Action for Peace, Justice and Strong Institutions, which is in line with the SDG number 16, which calls for promoting peaceful and inclusive societies, providing access to justice for all, and building effective accountability and inclusive institutions at all levels. One of the fundamental principles of the EAC is peaceful settlement of disputes and peaceful coexistence. In order to achieve the theme of the August Assembly, we in the East African Community region, we have set ourselves objectives aimed at widening and deepening cooperation among the 7 member countries in the political, economic, social and cultural fields, research and technology, and the legal and judicial affairs for our mutual benefits. As a result, the member states undertook to establish the following pillars of our regional integration: a custom union, a common market, a monetary union, and a political federation. To achieve strong institutions, there has to be accountability and oversight, which happens to be one of the main roles of EALA. EALA strives to ensure that all the East African Community institutions are accountable in terms of recognizing what should change and identifying the steps that will deliver the desired change for the well-being of citizens. The EALA, therefore, is committed to work closely with national parliaments to achieve the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, social justice, and the rule of law within and amongst the East African partner states. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look forward to electing the 31st President of the IPU, I am impressed to learn that we have 4 female candidates vying the position. This is clear testimony that the IPU is an all-inclusive institution and has no place for discriminatory practices. I congratulate the 4 female members of parliament who have committed themselves to challenge the stereotypes that affect inequalities through vying for this leadership position. As I conclude, I have no doubt that this conference will come up with a resolution that will help our parliament to deal with issues that threaten peace, democracy, and sustainable development. East African Legislative Assembly continues to be committed to voice the concerns of East Africans by advocating for the implementation of all the policies relating to matters that promote peace, justice, and strong institutions. I thank you.
Muito obrigada. Chegamos.
Well, thank you very much. And I'd like to call the Speaker of the Latin American Parliament, Mr. Giacopo. Please, you have the floor.
Muy buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everybody. President Duarte Pacheco, Secretary General Chung Gong, Speaker Cerqueira, dear colleagues, parliamentarians. It's an honor for me to be able to address this assembly as a Speaker of the Latin American and Caribbean Parliament. On this occasion, the topics that we're here to discuss are peace, justice, and strong institutions. This is a timely call to take urgent action at a time when the world is facing violence, at a time when we've seen interstate conflicts that we thought were over proliferating again. And this also reveals the limits and the precariousness that we face in achieving lasting peace at the international level. It also shows us that the institutions of global governance are insufficient. On top of that, it shows that the current global situation reveals the lack of humanity, the lack of fraternity, in which citizens are being used as tools, as tactical resources for political bribery. They're being reduced to death, torture, a loss of dignity, hunger, and being removed from their territories. This commoditization of society is also a consequence of geopolitical moves that are imposed upon fair social orders by terrorists, mercenaries, and criminal groups. Ladies and gentlemen, we are facing criminal governance, violent actors that are having an influence on politics through co-optation or coercion. And over the last few years, they have been laying down the terms on which states are obliged not only to negotiate with that panoply of players and adverse influences, but also deal with the consequences of human tragedies and natural disasters. Examples of these are human displacement, human trafficking, massive waves of refugees and migrants, and other phenomena. These are making exorbitant amounts of money for those adverse players. In Latin America, we're facing a situation in which that range of players, and particularly violent actors, is multiplying, and socio-economic circumstances are deteriorating. This is making it even more difficult for institutions and politicians to lead because of the insecurity and violence that prevails across the region. In little more than a decade in Latin America and the Caribbean, we've seen a massive deterioration in the situation. We've seen the most violent conflict in the world on our continent. 35% of global homicides are on our continent, even though we represent only 10% of the global population. Our countries also share one thing. We have a very high level of violence, and we also have very easy access to weapons. which cause between 50 and 60% of violent deaths on the continent. Although weapons continue to be a line of business for some people, we continue to see bloodshed. Parliamentarians, the disconnect between the governors and the governed is threatening democracy as a political system. Only 38% of Latin Americans say that they trust their leaders, and almost 80% of Latin Americans feel that their countries are being governed by a small group of powerful people who are serving their own interests. Given that lack of state capacity to meet the needs of their societies, we see the proliferation of organized crime, which is becoming ever more powerful and ever more politically active. We need to reverse this situation before it is too late. We need to think again about our work as political leaders to bring drug states to an end. We need to think about innovative policies that will promote realistic, pragmatic solutions that will really lead to an improvement in the quality of people's living conditions. There are no magic solutions. Parliamentarians, let's call for common sense. If we want to live together in peace and we want fair societies, we need to truly think about the most needy members of our society. And at this point, I would like to congratulate and thank those who have worked tirelessly to that end of creating fairer societies, more inclusive and peaceful societies. Someone who's done this with the many different contributions that others have made, and we're able, as a result of that work, to create more efficient, transparent, resilient and democratic institutions. Above all, they have inspired us, and I'm referring to President Duarte Pacheco. We will miss you, President, but I am convinced that the woman that is elected to follow you on Friday will have the ability and the sensitivity to follow in your footsteps. Thank you very much. Let's live and advocate for peace.
Well, thank you, Madam. I'd like to give the floor now to Domingos Pereira from Guinea-Bissau.
Senhora Presidenta da Assembleia Nacional de Angola e desta...
Thank you, Chair. President of the IPU, Secretary General of the IPU, speakers, representative of international organizations, Your Excellencies. I'm here today in front of you and I feel honored, and I'd like to add the voice of my people from the parliament of my country for which house I've been appointed recently for 4 years, and based on the fundamental rights of a right or the role that the parliaments have to play in the political organization of all the states in the world. These are essential of the parliaments. We have to live in society, and it's up to the parliaments to scrutinize the needs, the expectations, the dreams, and hunger for justice and equal opportunities for each of the citizens. If we fail on this legislation that regulate these essential aspects of each of our society, means that we are not being truthful to the people and we are not complying with the social contract that is imposed to us, which is defend these principles, but to adopt laws or elaborate and adopt them without their implementation, regardless by inactivity of the government or because the parliaments do not do their supervision work, but also through a legal system which does not work, has been favoring impunity and behaviors, deviant behaviors of all those who take advantage of the fragilities of our institutions. And here I must say, unfortunately, that the politicians and the executive that should defend the quality of life of all citizens are often seen as the cause of the social unrest, and unfortunately it is reality. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the subject that was chosen, Parliament Action for Peace, Justice and Strong Institutions, is relevant, which means that our organization is aware that numerous countries are still living with systemic crises, questioning the values of peace, justice, and human rights. These crises are an example of institutions, or of what should be strong institutions. And in my country, certain governments and parliaments have been dissolved, usually not complying with the law and with the objective of political agendas decoupled from the people's wills. So crisis to justify the replacement of those who have been democratically elected. These actions creates instability. Instability fragilizes institutions, and fragile institutions favor impunity, favor nepotism, and non-compliance of human rights. And the people is forced to make their voices make their voices unheard. And Madam Speaker, dear colleagues, speakers, and representatives of all the international institutions, we need an urgent action and in cooperation between all our parliaments in order to reinforce our institutions, but also a global agenda that will allow us to support those parliaments which are weaker. And the values that are mentioned in the subject of the matter of this this assembly needs our focus. These are the center and the reason why we exist, which dimension has certainly helped us to see how fragile we are. We cannot just content ourselves with the proclamation of willingness. We need to know where the crises are and find the solutions together. Our organization loses relevance and credibility if today we do not show ourselves capable to stop the genocide that has been happening in certain parts of the world, the Great Lakes region, South Sudan, Gaza Strip, Ukraine, for example. So we need action, and this is an opportunity. Let's not lose it. Let's have consensus to save lives of the innocent victims. We propose that we should not just stop there, and the creation of a mechanism which works as earlier notice, earlier warning system. And we have to promote democratic principles. We have to share peace, have dialogue, exchange of best practices, and avoid at all costs the instrumentalization of the decision-making institutions by those who have more power or cooperative powers. And I must also say that I'd like to thank the people of Angola, friends and brothers, after all the years of fight for independence, for defending the state of law, and has been working and helping our people also in Guinea-Bissau. And thank also personally to João Lourenço, the President, and last but not least, our presence here in Luanda is just one more step in all this journey to renew our friendship. Thank you, Madam Speaker of the National Assembly, for the organization, and all the best to all the present here today. Thank you, Speaker.
Une suspension de cette session pour présenter une session spéciale.
We're now going to hold a special session. It's the 75th anniversary of the Declaration of Human Rights.
No, the protection of the human rights is a pillar of this organization. This is the why the IPU is associated to the Office of High Commissariat of Human Rights to
15º aniversário
for the 15th anniversary of 75th anniversary of the Declaration of the Human Rights, and we have two publications. First, and to introduce you to this subject, I'd like to give the floor to Secretary General of the IPU, Martin Chungung. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone. I acknowledge the presence of the IPU President Duarte Pacheco. Good morning, Duarte. Thank you for coming to this special segment of the Assembly. As Madam President, you have just mentioned, it is intended for us to present to you two very important tools that we have designed as part of our parliamentary contribution to the celebration of the 75th anniversary of the United Nations Universal Declaration on Human Rights. This year, on Human Rights Day, on the 10th of December 2023, there will be special celebrations in Geneva, and in coordination and cooperation with the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, we have developed these two tools that we're pleased to present to you today in the hope that you can be increasingly aware of the need to promote robust parliamentary action in support of human rights globally. Before we move on, I would now like to invite you to listen and view a video message from our colleague, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Mr. Volker Türk. So if we can have that video.
Honorable members of Parliament, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to address you at the start of your general debate on the theme of parliamentary action for peace, justice, and strong institutions. Your focus on SDG goal number 16 is timely. A recent report by my office with UNDP and other partners shows little to no progress towards the realization of SDG 16 since 2015. I'm convinced that failure to achieve progress on SDG 16 is a key reason why the entire 2030 agenda is flagging. Integration of human rights into governance is key to more effective laws and policies and to inclusive, participatory, and sustainable development. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the 75th anniversary of which we commemorate this year, provides an important blueprint. Human rights are the connecting thread that cut through silos and across every sector, mirroring the full spectrum of national governance, clarifying priorities and helping to advance social and economic stability, inclusion, trust, and justice. They are also the most transversal prevention tool that we have. Every state has an interest in promoting a strong core of human rights at the center of policy and governance to achieve SDG 16, not least in light of the current turbulence the world is facing. Parliaments have a crucial role to play. You are key to upholding the rule of law, to safeguarding institutional independence, to conflict prevention, mediation, reconciliation, and peacemaking through constructive dialogue. You are also key in standard setting and in holding governments to account for the human rights impacts of policies, practices, and legislation. We know from experience that establishing standing parliamentary committees on human rights is particularly effective. My office appreciates the direct work and links between parliamentarians, grassroots civil society organizations, and national human rights institutions. These links strengthen trust between people and the institutions and decision makers that serve them. They ensure that human rights developments and concerns are taken into account in legislative and oversight functions. More formally, parliaments are key to transforming recommendations made by international and regional human rights mechanisms into practice at the national level, in particular through your legislative, budgetary, and oversight roles. I encourage you to strengthen your involvement in the work of the UN Human Rights Council, including, importantly, the Universal Periodic Review, the treaty bodies, including as part of state delegations, and to facilitate implementation of the recommendations adopted for your countries. Dear colleagues, one of the key aims of the Human Rights 75 initiative, which is being convened by my office in this milestone year, is to collect concrete, transformative pledges to advance human rights by states, but also by other stakeholders, including parliamentarians. The roundtable held by the IPU and my office in June focused on the role of Parliament in advancing women's rights to political participation, decent work, and education. And valuable pledges were then endorsed by participants. They were the first pledges to be made as part of this Human Rights 75 initiative of which I was talking earlier. I encourage you to endorse these important commitments as we approach our Human Rights 75 high-level event in December. And I invite you to consider making additional pledges for human rights-related action in your parliaments. Your voice is needed. I thank you and wish you fruitful discussions.
Muito obrigada.
Well, thank you very much, and I'd now like to give you an information. I will have to absent myself because I have other meetings as well, and I have the honor to invite a speaker from Australia
Para presidir esta sessão.
to preside, to chair this session. Please, you have the floor. The speaker from Australia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for agreeing to host or preside over this session on behalf of Madam Speaker of Angola. I just want to use this opportunity on your behalf to thank Mr. Volker Türk for his video message. I believe you've heard him loud and clear. He believes strongly that parliaments have a role to play as guardians of human rights. And I can confirm that we have been very active with his office in making sure that parliaments are left, right, and center in the work of his office when it comes to the promoting the universality of human rights. So today, as a result of that collaboration, we are pleased to be presenting two publications. The first one is a human rights self-assessment toolkit for parliamentarians, for parliaments and their members. And this publication is available in English, French, Spanish, and Arabic. And I encourage each and every one of you to go home with a copy. We have enough copies for everybody. We will be posting additional copies to all the parliaments and partners around the world. Also, for those of you that are technologically savvy, we have web versions of the toolkit that you can access through our website. This tool is one that is tailor-made for parliamentarians. We do say, and everybody says, that parliaments have a strong role to play, and we want to ensure that they have the capacity and awareness to play that role when it comes to the promotion of human rights. So this tool is one that has been drafted to target parliamentarians across the world to ensure that the contents of this publication are in sync with the needs of parliamentarians. It introduces international norms, treaties, and mechanisms that underpin human rights and explains how parliaments can implement them at the national level. One of the key features of the toolkit is a series of questions and checklists that allow parliaments to select their priorities and areas for improvement. These questions are intended to help parliaments assess how aware they are of human rights, how to make laws in support of human rights, and how to enhance their involvement with the United Nations human rights mechanisms, and finally, to secure adequate financial resources. So, ladies and gentlemen, we think it is our considered opinion that this toolkit is most timely, given the theme of this assembly: peace, justice, and strong institutions. This goal 16 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals highlights the central role that parliaments have to play to promote peace, justice, and strong institutions. And I need not repeat that parliaments can and must create and support the effective functioning of national institutions to promote and protect human rights, as you heard the High Commissioner himself say, and ensure states' compliance with their international human rights obligations. They need to share the responsibility with other state branches to that end. I hope, honorable members of parliament, that you'll find this toolkit helpful in your noble task of playing your role as guardians of human rights. As is the case all the time when these tools are prepared, the IPU and its partners stand ready to work with parliaments to implement and roll out the tools in their various parliaments. And so the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights has told me to convey to you their availability to work with parliaments and the IPU across the world to ensure that every day the work of parliament is informed by international human rights standards. So it gives me great pleasure then to commend this toolkit to you all in this parliamentary gathering here today. Mr. Speaker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Secretary General, for that information, but also, more importantly, the advice and materials that all parliamentarians will benefit from. We now ask the President of the Women's Bureau, Ms. Cynthia Lopez Castro, to address for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, a very feminist president, that you are doing an extraordinary work as a Speaker of Australia. Dear colleagues, I am most pleased to share with you the experience we have in Geneva on the 22nd of June to chair a parliamentary roundtable titled Parliaments and Women's Rights, Implementing the CEDAW Convention, Realizing the Universal Declaration of Human Rights for All. So this event, some MPs attend in person, as Ms. Mariam from Bahrain, that I thank you so much for her participation, and others were online. So this event was organized in cooperation with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights to contribute a parliamentary perspective on Human Rights 75th Initiative. So our discussion, we focus on 3 priorities area to advance gender equality and women's rights, political participation, decent work, and education. So we highlighted the achieving gender equality across boards starts with equally in political decision making. So with such a slow pace of progress, we need ambitious gender quotas which aim at reaching parity. We also need firm actions to eliminate violence against women in politics. So our discussion also reaffirmed the role of gender-sensitive parliaments in encouraging gender-responsible legislation on labor rights and education and ensuring their implementation. This roundtable culminated with an endorsement of a collective set of pledges laying down policies priorities on the three areas addressed during the session. So I would like to share the three pledges. First, take action to ensure women's full, equal, and safe participation in political making at all levels. So in this pledge, it's very important to strengthen measures to prevent and combat offline and online gender-based violence against women in politics. Also, introducing and strengthening legislated gender quotas to achieve gender equality. Another pledge I would like to share with you is to take action to ensure women's access on equal basis with men to decent work, including promoting ratification of the Domestic Workers Convention. And the third pledge I want to share with you this time is take action to achieve gender equality in and through education and information systems, including adapting or strengthening legislation to ensure that girls and boys have safe and equal access to good quality education. So these pledges, we were committed in this meeting in Geneva. So the roundtable also served to do a pre-launch of the second edition that I want to share with you of the CEDAW handbook for parliamentarians that it was developed by IPU and the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights. So I invite you to, if you can, all of you or your delegations, all women, of course, could have this CEDAW, a handbook for parliamentarians. It's a rich handbook to assist your efforts in implementing CEDAW. It's available in English, in Spanish, in French, in Arab, and so I invite you to watch a short video to present the handbook, and I also invite you, if you can go in this table, you can find one, and to have it in your parliament. Thank you so much, and thank you, Secretary General, for this work together. Thank you, President Duarte, for all your support, and we are working very hard to promote gender equality in IPU. Thank you.
Thank you to the President of the Women's Bureau, Ms. Cynthia Lopez Castro, for that work, but the important leadership that you provide for all women across the world, and in particular through the IPU. I'll now call on the Secretary General for the next item.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please bear with us again, but we think that these two tools that we are presenting to you today are of utmost importance. You just saw the message that was being conveyed by that video clip. We still have a lot of work to do when it comes to promoting gender equality. Progress has been made, but the progress is slow. During the inaugural ceremony, I lauded the progress that has been made in Southern Africa in terms of women's political leadership, but we need to be more robust as the parliamentary community to make sure that every woman, as was said in that video, can live a life of dignity, a life free from any fear of harmful or other practices. And that is why today we are pleased to be launching that handbook on the CEDAW Convention, which is intended to fight all forms of discrimination against women. It is a very important legal instrument that I am sure many of you are familiar with, and it is all about equality of opportunity, but also equality of results. It's about taking into account the different effects of laws and policies on women and girls in their diversity. You'll see that the parliaments and parliamentarians are very much behind this aspiration. It's about removing any legal provision that leads to direct or indirect discrimination on the basis of gender. It's about special measures that no one is left behind, so that no one is left behind. It's about challenging gender stereotypes that lead to violence, discrimination, and exclusion of women and girls. For decades now, the IPU and the UN CEDAW Committee, as was said there, have been engaging parliaments in embedding the convention in lawmaking, oversight and budget allocation, but also in foreign policy, development cooperation, and parliamentary diplomacy. It is relevant in climate change, in humanitarian action, in economic and fiscal policies, as well as in health and education. We shouldn't forget that human rights or women's rights are human rights indeed. At a time when the hard-won gains in human rights in general and women's rights in particular are being threatened, parliaments can and should make a difference by advancing the convention through their work in parliament. So we work hand in hand with the CEDAW committee to support you, support parliaments, make this happen. And this handbook, as I have said, is one such tool that we have designed to help parliaments. But then again, it is only as good as the use you'll make of it. We hope that it's not going to gather dust on the shelves in your offices, that you will use it and take advantage of the experience, the various experiences that have been described in this handbook, drawn from across the world, to provide guidance on how the CEDAW Convention can be implemented. And I believe Cynthia Castro-Lopez has already mentioned what the Mexican Parliament is doing in terms of gender budgeting, and we are very grateful that we can have such useful experience to fall back on. We also have good examples in the handbook on how to deal with acts of gender-based violence against women. The handbook also describes how parliaments can actively engage with the CEDAW committee, such as the Parliament of the Maldives did in 2021. So I am really thrilled to be able, together with the various partners here, thrilled to be able to launch this handbook together with the Human Rights Self-Assessment Toolkit that we mentioned earlier. Mr. Chair, you may now wish to invite your colleagues to listen to a video message from the chair of the CEDA committee, Mrs. Ana Pelais Narvaez. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. On behalf of all parliamentarians, the resource, the information, the advice will go a long way to ensuring that those who wish to improve and encourage gender equality happens. We'll now turn to the video as mentioned by the Secretary General.
Excelencias, distinguidos colegas, mi nombre es Ana Peláez Narváez y soy la presidenta del Comité.
I am the chair of the UN CEDAW committee. More than 40 years after its adoption, CEDAW continues to be the basic standard for effective equality of women in all tracts of life. 189 state parties have ratified it. 115 of them are also state parties to the optional protocol. This has been a collective effort thanks to alliances and the work of all stakeholders. Of course, state parties, specialized agencies of the United Nations and UN programs, intergovernmental bodies, academia and civil society. Thanks to all of those players, work has been done to ratify this convention, to make people aware of it, and also to participate in the follow-up to its application and in accountability efforts that states must engage in before the CEDAW committee. The Inter-Parliamentary Union is a clear example of those strategic alliances between the CEDAW committee and an intergovernmental organisation, and its contribution has been pivotal in the committee's work. In fact, in 2008, the committee approved a standard paragraph in its concluding observations that it puts out to state parties on the importance of parliaments at the national level. In 2010, for example, through the CEDAW committee, a declaration was published recalling the importance of that alliance and that cooperation with the Inter-Parliamentary Union, but also the importance of parliaments. Indeed, the Inter-Parliamentary Union has played a fundamental role in spreading awareness of the CEDAW Convention and how to use it among parliamentarians. Evidence of that comes in the form of 2 publications that have been issued, specific manuals for parliamentarians. The first was published in 2003 and the second was published more recently in 2023. National parliaments do indeed do significant work in terms of tackling the effective equality of women and enjoyment of women's rights. And they also have key work to do in tackling historic inequalities that women have suffered over the course of years and even centuries. Ratifying the convention, ratifying the optional protocol are part of that work that parliaments do at the national level. Ensuring that reservations that state parties have put in place are withdrawn is another key role that parliaments play. But fundamentally, when we're thinking about driving new legislation forward or amending existing discriminatory legislation, that is the most fundamental role that parliaments can play. With all of this, of course, they need to take into account the concluding observations of the CEDAW committee to state parties, which have served as a roadmap for national parliaments. Therefore, the CEDAW committee can only thank wholeheartedly the national parliaments for the work that they have done, including the parliament that I'm addressing today, the Parliament of Angola, as well as the parliaments of the region in which it finds itself. Today, more than ever, we need to strive for women's rights to be recognised at a time when fundamental phenomena such as violence against women are being dealt with. This year we're celebrating the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and at this time we need you, the national parliaments, to ensure true equality between women and men. Thank you very much.
That concludes the special segment, and I invite the President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union and the President of the Women's Bureau to officially launch both reports to the stage. Let's see. Okay. Good morning, dear colleagues. I seem, especially for the new members or new participants in this assembly, it is not easy to understand that we change from a meeting of the assembly to a meeting of the governing council. But it happened. And at 12, we came back to the assembly itself. I always wish to explain that we decided to organize this special segment of the Governing Council because as we will have elections at the Governing Councils next Friday, and we don't know if it is just one round or if we need time to have different rounds, it's better to anticipate some work. Otherwise, Friday could be a long, long day, and it is not possible to keep all the staff, interpreters, and so on for one number of hours without limits. So we came back, and we stopped our meeting 2 days ago on the point where we are discussing the question relating to the IPU membership and observer status, specifically the point C, situation of certain parliaments. And so I will give the floor to the Secretary General to make the presentation of the situation of certain parliaments that are on the radar of IPU because of their special situation. Please, Mr. Secretary General.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you. Good morning again to all of you. Under this item, as the President has just said, we review the situation of certain parliaments that are on our radar screens. I don't know if there is somebody projecting the PowerPoint presentation that we have so you can have a clearer view of what we are talking about. Is there? Okay, very good. So, no? No? That's the Secretary General.
Don't worry, Martin, I had the same problem with my presentation.
Do we have the file? Here they have it. Okay. Just bear with us 1 minute. Okay. It looks like we're having a hard time finding that file. It's okay. Okay, situation of certain members. Please, yes, the first slide there, I just want to give you an idea of where we are with countries that are on the radar screen of the IPU. You see those countries there. I make the point that fortunately, those in red are not in the majority, because the red represents where there are no functioning parliaments. The gray is where we have transitional parliaments, and yellow is where the political situation impacts on the functions of parliament. And lastly, we have the white ones, where we use this as an early warning mechanism. We alert you to certain political developments around the world that may have an effect on Parliament at some stage, so that when this happens, we should not be surprised. So the Executive Committee did go through these parliaments during its session here in Luanda, and today it is in a position to make recommendations on every one of those parliaments. We will start with those parliaments that are not functioning. Afghanistan, we do not have any progress to report on the situation in Afghanistan. The parliament there stands suspended. The elected parliament has been in suspension since the Taliban took over in 2021. And so the Executive Committee did recommend that we maintain the decision that was taken previously to invite the Parliament of Afghanistan, as a matter of solidarity, to continue to sit within the IPU with non-voting rights. They will sit in our assemblies with, as an observer with non-voting rights, but this is out of solidarity with the Parliament of that country. Mr. President, you may wish to ask the Governing Council to endorse that recommendation.
May I ask if someone wishes to raise the floor? No, so we need to adopt. No opposition, no abstention. The recommendations were adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next country is Haiti. Haiti is without a functioning parliament as we speak. Elections that had been scheduled have not taken place for a number of reasons, including the prevalence of violence in the country. There is chronic instability in Haiti, to say the least, and your committee, your Executive Committee, did take note of these worrying developments and is recommending to Council that you suspend the membership rights of Haiti, and express the hope that robust efforts will be made to organize elections in that country as soon as possible, so that you will have the pleasure of welcoming a newly elected, fully fledged parliament in Haiti. Mr. President.
Thank you, Secretary General. About Haiti, no requests, no opposition, no abstention. Is adopt the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move on to Myanmar. Myanmar, in a similar situation as Afghanistan, Parliament suspended following military takeover, and that was in February 2021. But in response to that situation, Mr. President, you and your colleagues decided to maintain the Parliament that had been elected in 2020 as a member of the organization, you have, during this session, reiterated your decision to maintain that parliament in the IPU as a non-voting observer member. We have noted some slight progress in the situation in the country, given the fact that Mrs. Aung San Suu Kyi, the ousted leader of Myanmar, has now been moved from prison onto house arrest, but we are not yet there. So, Mr. President, you may wish to ask your colleagues to endorse the recommendation of the Executive Committee to maintain its previous decision to have Myanmar participate in the IPU as a non-voting observer member.
Thank you, Secretary General. Unfortunately, we don't have good news and evolution, so we can accept the recommendation. No opposition, no abstention. Adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next, Niger. Niger has unfortunately joined the list of non-functioning parliaments following a military coup earlier this year in July 2023. The coup dissolved the institutions, including parliaments, and the military took over. The country has since been involved or embroiled in bouts of instability and crisis. But I must say, and I reported to the Executive Committee, that all is not lost, because we have been in touch with the new authorities in Niger, and I'm pleased to report that a few days ago I did receive a formal communication from the Prime Minister of Niger indicating to me that the government was far advanced in putting in place a transitional parliament that will be in place until the elections are held for a newly fledged parliament. So, Mr. President, this information was communicated to the Executive Committee, which then decides, first of all, express concern regarding the situation in the country. As a matter of principle, the IPU always condemns coup d'etats, military coup d'etats. As a matter of principle, they take note with regret of the lack of a parliamentary institution in Niger, and they call for swift return to constitutional rule. Meanwhile, the Executive Committee recommends that the IPU Secretary General, IPU and Secretary General continue engaging with the new authorities in Niger in order to ensure that the institutions that have been suspended in that country can be restored following free and fair elections as democracy dictates. So, Mr. President, you may want to ask your colleagues to endorse this recommendation so that we can continue the dialogue that we have engaged with the authorities of Niger. Thank you.
About Niger, no requests, no opposition to the recommendations, no abstention. Adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. We go on to Sudan. Sudan, you know, has been without a functioning parliament since April 2019. It had been hoped, as promised by the new military authorities, that elections would take place for a new parliament. That has not happened. Instead, early this year, Sudan descended into a bout of serious civil war, so call it that way. There is a civil war taking place in Sudan these days, which means that the establishment of a parliament, even a transitional parliament, is not for tomorrow. So your committee, the Executive Committee, took note of these worrying developments and decided to recommend to Council that we continue to monitor the situation in Sudan. Meanwhile, Sudan remains suspended. Its membership rights within the IPU remain suspended as per previous decisions. Thank you.
Sudan, about this case, no one requests the floor. No opposition to the recommendations, no abstentions. Adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move on to the second category of parliaments, transitional parliaments. There are many of them. We start with Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso Mali, and Guinea. Let me take these three together because these are three countries where the IPU has been usefully engaged with the military authorities, with the transitional authorities, in those countries as a way of showing our support for efforts to return to constitutional rule. So for Burkina Faso, Guinea, and which one again? Mali, the executive committee took note of the conclusions of the mission that the Secretary General carried out early this year to those three countries. For Burkina Faso, we have taken note of the constitutional developments that are taking place for the drafting of a new constitution. There is a transitional national assembly, which I visited, and I can certify that they are doing a lot of work in terms of passing legislation. I was told that during its very short lifespan, it has adopted more legislation than the previous dissolved parliament. And so your committee took note of these developments and decided to reiterate its previous decision to maintain Burkina Faso within the IPU as a transitional parliament with full rights, and expressed a hope that the efforts that are underway can be speeded up with a view to speedy return to constitutional government in Burkina Faso. You also recommended that the IPU Secretary General and his colleagues continue to support the different technical activities that are being carried out, including the constitution, outreach, and training for parliamentary staff in order to prepare that institution for the return of constitutional rule. So, Mr. President, you may wish to ask your colleagues of Governing Council to endorse that recommendation.
Thank you, Secretary General. We are analyzing the case of Burkina Faso. No one requests the floor. No opposition to the recommendation. No abstention. Adopted.
I said I would take three countries together. Sorry. We have Guinea. Guinea here. Guinea is in the same situation as Burkina Faso, in the sense that there is a transitional parliament that the IPU has maintained as a full-fledged member of the IPU, with whom we are usefully engaged, providing technical support for the various legal provisions that will govern the country when they are adopted. I said that I paid a visit to that country, and I could ascertain that the efforts are being made as announced. I was pleased to address a session of that parliament during which they were discussing constitutional amendments to come up with a new constitution that will lead to elections. So, Mr. President, I briefed the Executive Committee on these developments, and the Executive Committee decided to recommend to Council to maintain the status of Guinea in the IPU as a full-fledged member, while encouraging the authorities to pursue efforts with a view to speedy return to constitutional rule.
Thank you, Secretary General. About Guinea, no one requests the floor. No opposition. No abstention. Adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. The country, Mali. Mali, yes, Mali also, as you see on the screen, there have been developments in Mali too. I hope in the right direction. There is a new constitution adopted by referendum in Mali. Elections are supposed to take place early next year, but we have been told that there will be slight delays, I think for technical reasons. Once the presidential elections have taken place, there will be elections for a new parliament. And so your executive committee did examine these developments, took note of them, and recommended that efforts be stepped up in order to organize those elections as soon as possible. Meanwhile, it decided to recommend maintaining Mali as a full-fledged member of the IPU. Mr. President, you may wish to ask Governing Council to endorse that recommendation.
Thank you. About the case of Mali, no opposition. No one requests also to abstain. So is adopted the recommendation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I now move on to Chad. You know, Chad also has a transitional parliament following the demise of the then head of state, Mr. Idris Deby. A new parliament or transitional parliament was put in place. We have continued to provide technical assistance to the administration of that parliament. And Mr. President, in a previous decision of the Governing Council, you decided to maintain Chad as a full-fledged member of the IPU while encouraging them to speed up efforts towards return to constitutional rule and offering IPU's support in this regard. And it is in that context that we've been usefully engaged with the parliament, the transitional parliament of Chad. Mr. President, you may wish to ask Governing Council to endorse that recommendation.
Thank you, Secretary General. About the Chad, no one requests the floor, no abstentions, no opposition, is approved.
Mr. President, thank you. Thank you very much. We go on to Gabon, which is a new recruit to the list of transitional parliaments. As you may all know, in August this year, elections took place in Gabon, presidential and parliamentary elections. Following the announcement of the presidential elections, the military stepped in and annulled the results of those elections, dissolved the institutions, governing institutions in that country, and set up a military government there in Gabon. So currently we have a military head of state in Gabon, but he has gone ahead and appointed a government that is made up mostly of civilians. Regarding the parliament, we can confirm that the new authorities in Gabon have now established a transitional parliament, a bicameral parliament made up of a Senate and a National Assembly. The authorities of those two houses have been put in place. The membership have been appointed, representing various segments of society in Gabon. We have been in touch with the new authorities in Gabon, and I'm pleased to say that there is a delegation from the Parliament of Gabon present in this assembly. We will be having discussions to pursue avenues of support to that parliament as they have asked, in order to ensure that the transitional period will be as short and smooth as possible. So, Mr. President, we have recommended to Executive Committee that has accepted to recommend to Council that we maintain Gabon's membership in the IPU. Of course, asking the Secretary General to work with the authorities to establish a roadmap for a return to constitutional rule. And we will be doing this, and I did inform you that I plan to go to Gabon in the near future in order to pursue those discussions. But Mr. President, let me use this opportunity to mention a positive development in Gabon. We in the IPU have before our Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians a case in Gabon of a member of parliament that has been in jail for a long time now on charges of corruption and mismanagement. The Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians will be reporting to you, but I can already tell you that following our intervention with the new authorities, the said MP has now been released from jail. We have confirmation of this, and maybe the delegation from Gabon can confirm this to you, because I have just been told, Mr. President, that they would like to take the floor during this discussion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Before I give the floor to Gabon, I just wish to say all these cases are a good example of the work of IPU. It means that we work with all elected parliaments, of course, preferential, but in cases of transition, we are helping to have a smooth transition to a democratic order as well. And so we need to work with different parliaments of transition, because otherwise we are not just a closed door. We don't have just a closed door. We wish to have a door open, also to give all kind of assistance and cooperation to achieve what is better to everyone, to have elected parliament, directly elected parliament, in accordance with the constitutional order of the country. So I understood that Gabon wishes to raise the floor. I'm trying to understand where is Gabon. Gabon. Okay, sir. Thank you. You have the floor, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Thank you for giving me the floor and this opportunity to clarify the context in which Gabon finds itself. We should recall that in 2016 we underwent some arduous elections. In 2016 our parliament was ransacked, and in 2023 the same cause and effect were being lined up on the 31st of August when the elections were rigged. And we applaud the patriotic intervention of the military. As I said this morning, that intervention took place without any bloodshed. The population fully espoused what happened, and the transition is an inclusive one. Among our parliamentarians, we have some former members of parliament from the party of the former regime. We have an opposition, we have civil society represented, and we have our two chambers with 6 military representatives as well. I was a parliamentarian under the old regime myself, and the transitional authority decided to entrust to me the task of being Speaker of the National Assembly. And we also have some former ministers in our government. So the transition that's been in place since the 11th of September is an inclusive one. In the delegation here today, there are 2 former speakers of the National Assembly, which the IPU invited, and the transitional authorities agreed for them to attend this assembly. I am pleased to see that you are allowing us to work at this assembly and draw on the successful experiences of other parliaments that have undergone similar difficulties. We stand ready to listen to what you have to say to us so that we can go back to democratic order as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Merci, chers collègues, pour important information.
Thank you. That's some very important information. Very important to provide that information to the IPU now.
To adopt the recommendation. I don't identify no kind of opposition, abstentions, no one. So the recommendation is adopted. The collaboration will continue between IPU and Gabon.
Thank you, Mr. President. We go on to Libya. Libya has been on your radar screen for a very, very long time, and we are pleased to report some progress in the resolution of the crisis in Libya. We have been informed that earlier this year there has been the adoption of electoral laws by the Libyan House of Representatives, actually this October. And we are therefore hopeful that following the adoption of these electoral laws, elections will be held as soon as possible, as foreseen, so that in the future you can welcome a new fully fledged parliament from Libya. Libya continues to sit in the IPU. We have the House of Representatives elected in 2014, that you have recognized as your legitimate, excuse me, legitimate interlocutor. And Mr. President, you and your colleagues recommend to Council that we maintain this status, and we urge the Libyan authorities to move towards those elections as foreseen. Thank you.
Thank you. About Libya, no opposition, no abstention, so no one requests the floor, so we may adopt the recommendation. Adopted.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Libya, you request the floor, please. But the recommendation is adopted, but I will give you the floor.
العام نعم ليبيا تشهد حالة تقدم داخلي بين كل الفرقاء السياسيين وإن نطمئنكم إن البرلمان الليبي.
Things are moving forward in a fairly positive way in my country. I can tell you that the Libyan Parliament will take account of all the recommendations, and we have the necessary laws to move forward on the democratic pathway. The Libyan crisis suffers from foreign intervention. That's what undermines efforts made by our country. We hope, therefore, that international powers will stop interfering in the domestic affairs of Libya. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleague, also for the information you share with all of us. We may go to the case of South Sudan. Please, Mr. Secretary General.
Thank you, Mr. President. South Sudan, as you know, has a transitional South Sudan has a transitional parliament, and according to the roadmap that has been adopted by the authorities, elections are scheduled to take place in December 2024. But we do hear that there could be some delays in the organization of the elections. In any case, the transitional period, the current transitional period in South Sudan is has been extended to February 2025. We have understood that the process for the drafting of the new constitution in South Sudan has experienced some delays. And Mr. President, we did report to the Executive Committee on these developments, and you took note of these delays, but you decided to recommend to Council that we encourage the authorities of South Sudan to speed up the various processes that will lead to the establishment of permanent governance institutions in South Sudan. So the recommendation is to maintain South Sudan's status as a full-fledged member of the IPU, and to encourage them to speed up the process of establishing new institutions. Meanwhile, I inform you that we are in discussions with the authorities of the Parliament with a view to a number of technical assistance programs for the Parliament. So these efforts are ongoing in addition to the political support that you may wish to give to the Parliament of South Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. I am asking the floor if someone wish request. Now I don't identify. So we may adopt the recommendation. No opposition, no abstentions. It is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me just go through the third category of parliaments together. You have in that category Guinea-Bissau, Palestine, Tunisia, Venezuela, and Yemen. Mr. President, for Guinea-Bissau, we are pleased to report progress. Elections for a new parliament have taken place in Guinea-Bissau. Just before this session, the Speaker of the newly elected Parliament addressed you. Yesterday, he was presiding over the proceedings of the Assembly. So we have a structure in place, and it seems that the bone of contention between the government and the Parliament is being resolved, the issue of constitutional reform in Guinea-Bissau. So we hope that the situation will normalize as soon as possible from the recent developments. So, Mr. President, you and your colleagues in the Executive Committee took note of these positive developments, and I would like to add now that we are very keen at the IPU Secretariat to pursue discussions with the Parliament with a view to supporting them technically so that Parliament and parliamentarians can play their role efficiently. I turn to Palestine. Just to mention that the last time elections took place in Palestine was in 2006. No elections have taken place, but Palestine continues to sit in the IPU because it is the Palestinian National Council, the umbrella organization of the legislative body in Palestine that sits in the IPU. So you took note of this, and I believe we are all familiar with the crises that are taking place in that region of the world. For Tunisia, there had been a standoff between the government and the parliament, which led to the dissolution of the parliament at the time. Now elections have taken place. I think it was in December last year. There are plans to elect an upper house of parliament so that the process for the establishment of a new legislative body will be complete by February 2024. We had reached out to the authorities of Tunisia in order to offer IPU's support, and the president of Tunisia had indicated to us that we were welcome to provide such support when the institutions will have been in place. So we're pursuing those discussions with the authorities, and we hope that we can engage with the new parliament there and see what it is we can provide in terms of technical assistance, but also help resolve some of the cases of human rights of parliamentarians that are before your Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians. Mr. President, for Venezuela, we took note of developments in Venezuela. Elections are billed for next year in 2024. You took note that maybe time had come for us again to be more actively engaged with the authorities of that country in order to ensure that the elections took place according to the prevailing laws and norms of the country. You remember that Venezuela, there are two competing parliaments in Venezuela, one elected in 2015, whose term had expired, but they insisted on staying in office, and then one elected in 2020. Following a mission to Venezuela, you took the decision to recognize neither one of these institutions, but encouraged us to continue to discuss with them. We discussed the matter in the Executive Committee, Mr. President, and you and your colleagues agreed that the time had come for us to engage with the current legislative authorities of Venezuela in order to ensure that the IPU plays an active and productive role in establishing or organizing free and fair elections in Venezuela. This is consistent, Mr. President, with the IPU's prevailing policy of usefully engaging all parliaments across the world with a view to helping them along the path of democracy. So, Mr. President, we would like the Governing Council to take note of this situation. And lastly, Yemen. I think Yemen is present here. Yemen, we mentioned Yemen because they are a parliament, but they are functioning in a context of crisis, and this is very challenging. We did sign an agreement with the Parliament, the House of Representatives, to provide technical assistance to the Parliament. We hope that we can make progress in this particular aspect over the coming weeks and months. So, Mr. President, you may wish to ask Governing Council to take note of these developments in that category of parliaments that I have just mentioned. Mr. President.
Thank you, Secretary General. About all these cases that Secretary General made a reference, I ask, and what he proposed about the assistance that IPU can give to all of them, and engaging with them as well. I ask if someone wishes to raise the floor. No. No. So we may go ahead. Opposition to this situation, to nothing, no abstentions, the recommendations are adopted.
Lastly, Mr. President, a category of countries, as I mentioned, where the political situation has the potential to erupt into an untenable situation for the parliaments. For the time being, the parliaments in these countries are functioning, but the political environment is not very conducive. So we put this as part of our early warning mechanism so that you know, and if individual members here are able to give their support to the institutions of these countries in order to ensure that the political situations don't erupt into political crisis, then they can count on us. So we have Bosnia and Herzegovina, Eswatini, Peru, and Syria in this category, just to let you know that we're monitoring political developments in those countries too, Mr. President.
Thank you. This is just for information. We don't need to adopt nothing, but we hope that this list, the last one, will not have bad evolution in the future, because otherwise we will create more problems and we will add these countries to the other lists that need a special requirement from IPU. So we can go to the point 5. Our Secretary General asked if it is possible to go directly to the agenda item number 12. If there is no opposition, we will go there directly. Update on IPU policy, and in this case is about the anti-harassment policy. And of course, I will give the floor. I'm trying to identify if he's here with us. I hope so. I will give the floor to the chair of the Gender Partnership Group to share with all of us the consultations of the group. And so, Dr. Ali Nwami, it's here. I'm looking there. Please, you have the floor, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellency, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I am here actually to present to you a policy on behalf of the Gender Partnership Group. And before I go into details, I want to highlight this issue. We are talking about a policy that we needed as parliamentarians. We need it everywhere in our life, in our institution, in our organization. And I believe the IPU should be the role model for other organizations when it comes to issues related to human rights, to human dignity, to respect of all humans. And this is why, we as a gender partnership group, we work very hard. We wanted to make sure that what we bring to you actually as a policy, that a policy that you will feel that it's yours policy, it's not the committee policy. A policy that you will feel the ownership of this policy, and you will be, proud of it, and also you will engage in the implementation of this policy in the IPU, General Assembly, other events, and also taking this policy forward to your parliament and other institutions that you are part of it. Dear colleagues, it's my pleasure to introduce to you on behalf of the Gender Partnership Group, the IPU policy to prevent and address harassment. including sexual harassment, at the IPU assemblies and other events. I would like to thank my colleagues from the group, Professor Sedov, Ms. Erickson, and Ms. Castro, for their support in developing this policy, as well as previous member of our group, and also the team from the Secretary General, actually, who worked very hard with us to develop this policy. You will recall that at its 210th session, the IPU Governing Council endorsed the recommendation of our group to develop an IPU framework to prevent harassment, including sexual harassment, at the IPU assemblies and other events. For this, the Governing Council agreed to use the UN Code of Conduct to prevent harassment, including sexual harassment, at United Nations system events as the basis for the IPU's anti-harassment policy. The Gender Partnership Group has worked for the past year on this text, which underwent extensive consultation, including with other organizations, United Nations and parliamentary organizations. The text was shared with and approved by our executive committee at this lasting setting. The policy is a comprehensive framework which aims to ensure that everyone can participate in IPU assemblies and events in an inclusive, respectful, and safe environment, free from harassment and sexual harassment. The definition of harassment and sexual harassment in this policy are the ones given in the UAE, in the United Nations Code of Conduct to prevent harassment, including sexual harassment, at United Nations system events, as already agreed by the Governing Council. The policy includes three main sections. One, prevention and raising awareness, which is a very important issue that we have to work hard on. As all members of the IPU, we have to make sure that everyone who will participate in our events are aware of this policy. We don't want, someone to go into being harassed or commit such a violation. We want to make sure that this policy works on the first point. We want to prevent all these things from happening at our assembly and at the IPU events. The second one, support and assistance to persons who report incidents of harassment. The third one, procedures to investigate, resolve matters, and establish accountability. The policy also, the policy is also a practical document which outlines the various steps to be taken when confronted with harassment. The IPU Secretary will develop and implement a plan of practical measures to accompany this policy and ensure the effectiveness of this policy and the implementation. I therefore trust you will endorse this important document. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ali, Chair of the Gender Partnership Group. All members of the Executive Committee adopted and supported this policy because we believe that it promotes a culture of protection, respect and dignity for women and men, as well as for local communities. And so what we can ask is the Governing Council adopt as well and is endorse the proposal of the Executive Committee. No one asked the floor, so I will ask against the endorsement. No one. Abstentions, same. So it was adopted, and now IPU has also anti-harassment policy that will be one example to our parliaments as well. Thank you, Dr. Ali, and all the group for the document and the strategy you have proposed. About 12B, Working Group on Transparency, Accountability and Openness. Also here I wish to say thank you to the chair of the Group of Transparency, Accountability and Openness, Mrs. Eriksson, because they try to create a good example of measures to have more transparency in our organization, and also a code of conduct for the IPU governance officials. And so I will give the floor to Mrs. Eriksson, and thank you for the work you have done, Madam.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and dear members. As the chair of the Working Group of Transparency, Accountability and Openness, I'm happy to report the latest progress of our working group, which met on the 2nd of October.
Take it from the agenda.
And during this session, it agreed on the draft of the Code of Conduct for IPU governance officials and the terms of reference for the IPU Oversight and Ethics Committee. And that is also what is laid before you today. The aim of this Code of Conduct is to reinforce and sustain a culture of trust and mutual accountability on all levels. To achieve the IPU's vision for transparency, accountability and openness, it is of utmost importance that IPU governance officials act in the best interest of the IPU and abide by the organization's core values, which are equality, inclusiveness, respect, integrity, and solidarity. This applies when exercising the governance and oversight duties over the IPU's committees, programs, activities, missions, as well as assemblies. As the primary representatives of the IPU, governance officials must lead by example, strictly abide by the IPU statutes and rules, and exemplify the IPU's principles and core values. The code includes an enhanced focus on our values as an international organization and explains the obligations of governance officials of the IPU. The members of the Executive Committee unanimously support this Code of Conduct and the establishment of the terms of reference of the Oversight and Ethics Committee. The adoption of this code will undoubtedly make the IPU more accountable, transparent, and open. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I understand that this is not political documents that can give a lot of enthusiasm, but they are essential to assume a good governance of the organization. And so it's always new steps that we are achieving. Someone wish to ask any kind of questions or recommendations or anything to Mrs. Eriksson? I don't see requests from the floor. Thank you, Madam, for your work again, and to all members of the group. And so, may we approve the Code of Conduct for IPU governance officials and the terms of references of the Oversight and Ethics Committee? No opposition, no abstentions. Approved. To finish the point 12 of our agenda, the item C, IPU priority theme for 24. As we know, we have a lot of objectives and priorities in our strategy, but we need to identify one for each year where we have the focus. It don't mean that we will give up from the others, but where will be our focus? And the Executive Committee approved the suggestion of the Secretary General, and now we need to endorse it. I will give the floor to the Secretary General.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you have said, you need to adopt a theme, a priority theme for 2024. When you adopted the current strategy, you did also say that for each year you would identify one of the themes or work areas of the strategy as a matter of priority for that year. You've said, Mr. President, that it is not a question of abandoning the other themes, but it's just to focus members' attention more on a particular issue that may have relevance to the current context. So for 2023, you did agree that you would focus on climate action in view of the compelling nature of the crisis. And so this year we have been doing just that. We had a campaign by Parliament for Planet that has been launched and which is gaining traction. And there is a lot of attention being paid to and action being taken at the level of the climate change. During this particular assembly, there will be a side event here. Let me just do some promotion here. It is on methane emissions, which are a cause for concern when it comes to climate change. And so there will be discussions on how parliaments can work towards limiting or eliminating methane emissions. This is just an example of what you as parliamentarians can be doing in the area of climate change. So the idea is that we continue to focus on climate change next year, building on the momentum that we have gained this year and amplifying that. But meanwhile, we will focus also on peace and security in the world in view of what we are experiencing now, the multiplicity of crises around the world that threaten peace and international security. We are suggesting then that you agree to ensure that whatever you do next year in terms of parliamentary action should be informed by a desire to promote peace and international security. And there are a number of reasons for this. Next year, the United Nations will be organizing a summit of the future, and the focus of that summit will be peace and security. The Secretary General of the UN has launched his agenda for peace, and we do think that parliaments should and must contribute to the implementation of a vision for a world that is peaceful and secure for everyone. That's why we have prepared a document for you that can serve as guidance for the action that you can carry out next year, 2024, in support of peace and security efforts. The budget that you have approved for the organization for 2024 takes this into account, and you'll see that the IPU will be more robust in promoting parliamentary action in the area of peace and security. And there's a lot of things that are already being done. What we would like you to do is to scale up your efforts in this particular area, whether it is the support that you give to international treaties and other instruments, the universalization of, for example, the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, the work that you do on promoting reconciliation between parties in conflict, in the context of the Middle East Committee, for instance, the work that you do in the Committee on UN Affairs, where I believe a lot of focus would be on reform of the governing structures of the United Nations as an instrument of multilateralism. So all of these things we want to bring together, these bits and pieces, into one package, which will be the focus of your attention in 2024. For 2025, next year you will identify the priority theme, and we will do so until the end of the current strategy. Mr. President, you may now wish to ask Governing Council to take note of this proposal and also encourage the global parliamentary community to be more robust in promoting peace and security in 2024.
Thank you. And is may I say, near the continuation of the main theme of our assembly. And in this special moment of so many conflicts and tensions and polarization, talk about peace should be also the focal of IPU, because without peace nothing will happen about the other issues, sustainable development, social development, and so on. So, peace. May we accept, do the Governing Council accept and endorse the proposal of the Executive Committee? No opposition, no abstention. Adopted. We may go ahead a little bit just for the point 13, future IPU meetings. I think everyone received the list of proposals, and Secretary General, are you ready to present it?
Mr. President, thank you very much. Very quickly, this is a compendium of IPU meetings that are foreseen between now and I think 2025. There will be additions to this list as we move ahead, taking into account the work program of the organization. The meetings here are all consistent with the objectives of your strategy 2022-2026. The list is intended to also give visibility to all these activities in a bid to encourage participation by members. Mr. President, I remember in the Executive Committee, you and your colleagues did lay emphasis on the need for parliamentarians to show interest in all the areas that are covered by this program and participate in the activities so as to show how important it is that parliaments are engaged in the work areas in this particular instance. So there are two things in this list. You have the first list is the category of statutory meetings of the organization, the assembly, such as the one that is taking place here in Luanda. The next assembly, as approved by you already, will take place in Geneva next year on the, from the 23rd to the 27th of March 2024 at the Geneva International Conference Center. We are looking forward to welcoming you back in Geneva. Then we need to approve a couple of meetings, assemblies. First of all, you had already taken note of the kind offer from Uzbekistan to host the IPU Assembly of October 2024 in Uzbekistan. In recent weeks, we have been informed that the Uzbek authorities would prefer to hold that meeting, that assembly later in order to give them enough time to prepare. This was confirmed to me by the Uzbek president himself when I met him in New York in September. So they are proposing that they host the assembly in March 2025. And that's why we have put it on that list, and we're asking you to give approval for that assembly to take place in Uzbekistan. I do understand that the authorities want to host it in Samarkand, and I can certify, Mr. President, you yourself and myself, we have been in Samarkand, and I think they have the facilities there to host an IPU assembly. Then we are left with October 2024. We don't have a host currently, but the Executive Committee did examine this situation and was informed that consultations were taking place with a view to identifying a host for the assembly in October 2024. So, Mr. President, you and your colleagues will be appraised of the outcome of this consultation so that you can inform the membership in due course of where the assembly of October 2025 will take place. Then the second category is the list of specialized meetings that the IPU organizes pursuant to the strategic objectives that you have identified. Many of these meetings have already been approved by Governing Council, but there are a number that we're asking approval for so that we can go ahead and implement. I just want to stress that every meeting or event that has been included in this schedule has secured funding. The issue of venue does not really arise anymore, given the potential of digital transformation. We can very well organize many of our meetings online now instead of having to negotiate endlessly to identify physical venues for our meetings. So we are asking Governing Council to approve those meetings so that we can continue consultations with our partners and donors in order to implement them as scheduled. Mr. President, lastly, I draw attention to the 6th Conference of Speakers of Parliament. That conference is scheduled to take place in 2025, and we would like Governing Council to be aware that preparations start now and not later. And the Executive Committee did examine this situation. I think there is a document that is being circulated on preparations for the Speakers Conference. It will take place in 2025, dates to be confirmed. And in view of the past experience, we are suggesting that the conference take place in Geneva, where we will have all guarantees for all speakers of parliament to participate. We do not have any issues with the Swiss authorities in terms of visas. We do have a significant UN presence in Geneva. In fact, the European headquarters of the United Nations is in Geneva, and the practice has been for us to organize this in close collaboration with the United Nations. So we are suggesting that not a drafting committee, a preparatory committee be set up of some 20 speakers of parliament representing the various geopolitical groups. You will be called upon, the chairs of the geopolitical groups will be called upon to discuss with their members to identify who their representatives will be on the preparatory committee that we hope can start work early next year with a view to preparing for the 6th Conference of Speakers of Parliament. So, Mr. President, we would like now to recommend this to the Governing Council for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. So you have the list of the meetings proposed for the next year. Of course, on the process, sometimes it's needed to add something, because if the geopolitical group, one or other, decide to organize events, and they are free to organize events with their own resources and just with other kind of support from IPU, we will add it to our list without problems. It happens every year. And also this summit of speakers is the most important meeting of IPU, of course, because it involves the speakers from around the world. Happens just each 5 years, and in this case we will also have the cooperation of the Swiss Parliament, and so it will be, all of us hope, as a hope, that will be a great event. No one raised the floor, no opposition to this list, no abstentions. It was approved. And before we finish our meeting, we can go to the point 9. I'm trying to follow so many points and to finish it as possible to avoid the complications next Friday. The point 9 is about the IPU regional offices. And so I will give the floor to the Secretary General.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I'm pleased to report on progress towards the opening of the 2 regional offices that you have taken decisions on. One in the GRULAC region and the other one in the Arab Africa region in Cairo. We have pursued discussions with a view to the effective opening of those offices. For Uruguay, we were pleased to sign the first of 2 agreements that would establish the status of such an office as a representative of an international organization. I was pleased to sign that agreement with the government of Uruguay during the session of the executive committee that we held in Lisbon, Mr. President. And thank you very much for hosting us so graciously in Lisbon. So we have that in place, and we have now pursued discussions with a view to signing the second, more logistical agreement that will identify the type of logistical support that the Uruguay Parliament will provide to the office in Montevideo. I wish to report that in September, during the Summit of the Future, a parliamentary conference on the Summit of the Future that took place in Uruguay, the Uruguayan authorities kindly introduced us to the new office premises that they have assigned, allocated for the IPU in Montevideo. Mr. President, you were there yourself, and you took what do you call reception of that office. Now we are engaged in discussions on the other logistical matters, including the assignment of staff and all the details that come with opening such an office. We hope that we can finalize consultations with the Uruguayan authorities as soon as possible so we can conclude that second agreement and proceed to the operationalization of the office in Uruguay. Regarding the Cairo office, we are also in negotiations with the Egyptian authorities. We are working on the first of the two agreements that we are signing, just like we're doing with Uruguay. The first agreement with the government of Egypt regarding the status of that office as a representative of an international organization. The discussions are well advanced. I think we are expecting feedback from the Egyptian authorities regarding proposals that we have made. We will actively pursue those discussions so that in the very near future we can conclude an agreement such as the one we concluded in Lisbon in June this year. Thereafter, just like in Uruguay, we will negotiate the logistical agreement, all the documentation of which has been made available to the Egyptian authorities, because we have sought to standardize these offices. We don't want one office to function according to a different modality from the other one. All of them have to function according to the same standards and modalities. And so the documentation that we have made available to the Uruguay authorities is the same documentation that has gone to the Egyptian authorities. So, Mr. President, that is where we are with the opening of the regional offices that has been agreed to by the Governing Council.
Thank you, dear colleagues. Before asking the floor, if you wish to say something, I will express that for me sometimes I wish to everything happen more quickly. But we may also to understand that when we are opening, we are creating something new, is more difficult. I believe that the other ones that will come in the future will be easier because we will have the experience, the agreements that we make with the other ones, and so it will be easier just to copy it to the new cases. The first one, the negotiations are more hard until we achieve the agreement. Also, in Uruguay, everything is ready. They have their wonderful space to the IPU. All the logistics is there, computers, chairs, meeting rooms, tables to all the meetings, everything is there. We just need to finish, and I hope that the Uruguay delegation will bring us good news about the staff, and after it is just to contract the people and operationalize the office to work as IPU office to all members of the GRULAC. Egypt will continue the negotiations. I hope that it is possible to have an answer also from the authorities of Egypt, and this way we will go ahead with this process. Someone wish to raise the floor? No one? So, thank you, Secretary General, for the information. Maybe the next information we will give is that both are working and operationalized. We hope that you will have this good news when we meet again as Governing Council next March in Geneva. So, with the authorization of all of you, we will suspend the meeting of the Governing Council, and we came back to our assembly because we have a list of speakers and we needed to go ahead with them. I am trying to identify His Excellency the Speaker of Australia. It's there. Please, you have the floor. to share the meeting. Thank you.
Members, we will begin the next session, which will be first speakers from delegations, non-presiding officers, and invited organisations. My name is Milton Dick, and I am the Speaker of the House of Representatives in Australia and honoured to chair this session. We will now hear from Bangladesh. I invite the representative from Bangladesh to the podium. Mr. Shahid, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The other distinguished personalities in the podiums. Now I, on behalf of the Bangladesh, will speak a few words for this August session, 147 IPU Congress. Honorable President of the Assembly, IPU President, IPU Secretary General, members of the IPU Executive Committee, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, fellow participants, Assalamu alaikum, very good to you. It is indeed a great honor for me to deliver a speech amidst of this august gathering. I would like to express my sincere gratitude and heartfelt thanks to you on behalf of Honorable Speaker of Bangladesh Parliament, Dr. Shirin Sharmin Chowdhury MP, Bangladesh delegation, and my own behalf. As the curtain rises on the Inter-Parliamentary Union's 147 Assembly, it is a privilege for me to address and welcome you all at today's general debate session on the theme of Parliamentary Actions for Peace, Justice, and Strong Institutions, SDG 16. The general debate will provide a platform for delegates to deliberate, exchange views, and galvanize parliamentary action in this area. The 16th Sustainable Development Goal to promote and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels represents a new milestone. As we know, IPU promotes democracy and defends the human rights of parliamentarians during this assembly. It will offer opportunities for exchange on good practices to promote inclusion and support peaceful coexistence as a prerequisite of resilient, cohesive, and democratic societies. Dear parliamentarians, the SDGs 2030 agenda recognizes the need to establish peaceful, fair, and inclusive, effective rule of law and transparent, effective, and accountable institutions. SDGs promoting peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, providing access to justice for all, and building is both an outcome and at the same time enable a sustainable development. In order to create a peaceful state, it needs effective and inclusive institutions that can deliver human needs like education, healthcare, economies, and environment's protections. SDG 16 is closely interlinked with the SDGs, as without peace, justice, and inclusion, achieving goals such as ending poverty, ensuring education, promoting economic growth can be difficult or impossible to attain. The state of play with regard to the implementation of SDG 16 indicates that substantial progress is still needed in order to achieve SDG targets by 2030. Violent conflicts continue to affect many parts of the world. Societal violence remains widespread in many countries, and violence against women and children in particular remains a pervasive phenomenon, especially in developing countries. The pandemic has erased much previous progress on the SDGs and led to restrictions on freedom and more limited governance accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh is a peace-loving country. Homogeneous society, communal harmony, and political stability have shaped it as a conflict-free state. Despite of that, as a densely populated country, violence and insecurity remains a reality. Effective and proactive initiatives from the government of Bangladesh have improved the law and order situation since court has backlogged are serious threat to the access to justice, and in resolving cases through alternative disputes resolution has been encouraged. Proper and effective implementation of various governance tools expected to create a respective, transparent, and accountable public service, which in turn will act as a preventive action against bribery and corruption. Capacity building of the government officials, introduction of cutting-edge technology, sincere cooperation from NGOs, CSN, most important, meaningful participation of all citizens of all citizens can guarantee successful achievements of SDG 16. Bangladesh is among the few countries that have experienced one of the worst forms of genocide during the War of Liberation 1971. To pay deep homage to the victims of the genocide of 1917 and uphold our commitment to prevent these crimes against humanity, our Parliament has decided to observe 25th March as Genocide Day. Bangladesh believes in a culture of cooperation over culture of conflict, peaceful settlement of disputes, and peaceful changes of oppose the opportunity of liberation war and serve the purpose of Pakistani occupation forces by committing mass killing, genocide, rape, looting, and arson attack is the achievement of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Our Prime Minister also ensured the trial of the preparators of the assassination of the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, and most members of his family, who were brutally killed on the early hours of the 15th August 1975. Under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, rule of law has been established in the society by trying the killer of the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, local collaborators, killer and criminals who did crime against humanity in 1971 Liberation War. Our dear Parliament, Bangladesh is the flag bearer of the norm of setting resolution on culture and peace. In the peace, the United Nations Bangladesh took the lead of introducing the nominated agenda item, Culture of Peace, of the General Assembly, and followed up with the flagship resolution entitled Declaration of Programs of Action of Culture of Peace. The resolution was adopted on 13 September 1999 during the first tenure of the Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Distinguished delegates, in Bangladesh's perspective, the vision of women empowerment, their peaceful coexistence, and the role for making an inclusive society has on social justice is predominant. Bangladesh is now being acclaimed as a model before the world for women empowerment. At present, the Leader of the House, Speaker, Deputy Leader of the House, Leader of the Opposition of Bangladesh Parliament are all women. There are 50 reserved women seats, and for women in the Parliament, they may also come through direct election. Honorable Speaker, Dr. Shirin Sharmin Chaudhary is the current and the first female Speaker of the Bangladesh Parliament who elected as Speaker in April 2013. At the age of 46 years of age, she became the youngest and assumed the office. She was the chairperson of the Executive Committee of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, CPA, between 2014 and 2017. Earlier, she was served as State Minister of Women and Children. Ladies and gentlemen, Parliament is the institution to ensure accountability and transparency in public expenditure and institutional performance through the functions of various parliamentary standing committees. As we enter the decade of the action of SDGs, Parliament must have the capacity to take more upfront role, including by conducting the critical reviews of relevant laws, policies, and programs to ensure they align with nationally defined priorities in the implementation of the SDGs and in the particular SDG 16. Lastly, I believe that to build cohesive and inclusive societies,
I'll invite the Speaker to conclude his remarks.
Yes. Just in a strong institution, the world must inculcate it and mind this tolerance, respect, and love for others, irrespective of religion, ethnicity, race, color, to achieve peace, trust, and harmony from the immemorial. Bangladesh greatly values the principles to tolerance, secularism, ethnic diversity, and communal harmony. Before I conclude, I thank to the Government of Angola and the Speaker of the Angolan Parliament. On this note, I wish you fruitful deliberation on the productive debate session. Thank you all. Assalamu alaikum.
I thank the Speaker. Next, I invite Equatorial Guinea to the stage. Mr. Nassar, the floor is yours.
Excelentíssimo
President, Doña Teresa Fondon, Speaker of the Senate of Equatorial Guinea and Speaker of the Parliamentary Assembly here in the room, Excellencies, Speakers, members of delegations from national parliaments here, Secretary General of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the parliamentary delegation of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, I would like first and foremost to congratulate the host and express our thanks to the Parliament and people of the Republic of Angola and the IPU for the excellent organization of this 147th Assembly and the very warm welcome we received when we arrived in this beautiful city of Luanda. It is a pleasure to share with members of this august assembly our thoughts. We wish to describe our vision of the topic for general debate: parliamentary action for peace, justice, and robust institutions. As you all know, peace, justice, and robust institutions, inter alia, are of paramount importance to achieve sustainable development on the agenda for 2030 as adopted by the UN. It is also true that the Sustainable Development Goals are designed inter alia to guarantee the security of all inhabitants of the earth, access to justice, and reduce all forms of violence. To achieve this, it is necessary to create robust institutions that can therefore reduce the risk and continue providing services under adverse circumstances like war or the COVID-19 pandemic. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we consider that parliamentary action for peace, justice, and effective institutions should play a strategic role and guarantee that governments indeed implement sustainable development goals and support national institutions when achieving these goals. Of course, all this through the drafting of laws, the adoption of budgets, and accountability. By the same token, the legislature should review budgetary lines with a view to attaining these goals and ensure that tax policies and other social and economic policies are suitable in terms of the goals just mentioned. The purpose should be to ensure government expenditure is effective when attaining SDGs. As to accountability, parliaments should supervise the implementation of development goals through the various committees, parliamentary committees, and ask for accounts from government bodies. Distinguished delegates, we wish to highlight the fact that given the events that occurred in our country on the 3rd of August, 1979, one of the priorities of the President of the Republic and his government is to maintain peace, concord throughout the country. In this respect, the Parliament of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea is assisting the government in its work, promoting laws and also waging periodic awareness-building campaigns in the area of maintaining peace. We approved Agenda 2030 together with the General Assembly of the UN, and our country has been supporting peace, justice, and the implementation of and the building of solid institutions. By way of example, we have support provided by the Standing Committee on Justice and Social Equality. We have a special entity for complaints. We have an ombudsman also who oversees the protection of human rights. Last year, 2022, we approved a clause in our legal code abolishing the death sentence. We have approved a budgetary line supported by government in order to promote human rights in the country. Likewise, we have a policy for gender equality and a policy to develop social services, peace, and other such goals. We would like to wind up by wishing this Assembly every success in its work. Thank you.
I thank the Speaker from Equatorial Guinea. Our next address will be from Japan, and I invite Mr. Kamioka. Japan, the floor is yours.
日本語で発言させて。I am Yosutami Kameoka, leader of the Japanese delegation. Strengthening the rule of law that underlies SDG 16 is a pillar of Japan's foreign policy. Domestically, it is the foundation of a just and fair society, and internationally, it serves as the basis of an international order that consists of friendly and equal relations among nations. Confidence in international law and the United Nations and other international organizations that underpin international law is indispensable to the stability of the international order. However, recently, we have seen various developments and the spread of false information that undermine confidence in international organizations, thus threatening the international order. I represent an electoral district in Fukushima in Japan's Tohoku region. In pursuit of recovery from the Great East Japan earthquake and a nuclear power plant accident of 2011, in August of this year, Japan began releasing ALPS-treated water from the nuclear power plant into the ocean. This water is repeatedly purified until it meets the regulatory standards for the release of radioactive materials into the environment. This action, which is essential to the true reconstruction of Fukushima, is being carried out in compliance with international standards and practices, while taking all available safety measures. In its comprehensive report, AIEA concluded that the release of treated water would have negligible radiological impact on people and the environment. Data from post-release monitoring is published speedily and with a high degree of transparency. The reliability and safety of this data is objectively confirmed by independent investigations conducted by the AIEA. While many countries have expressed their understanding, unfortunately, some others have not and have questioned AIEA's analysis. At times, we have seen the circulation of related misinformation. Japan shall continue to provide the international community with a detailed explanation while maintaining a high level of transparency. At the same time, to safeguard a broadly based, stable international order and friendly relations among nations, we believe it is necessary for all nations to positively cultivate confidence in scientific knowledge and international organizations. Cultivating trust hinges on the provision of detailed explanations, dissemination of accurate information, and an open discussion. As a parliamentarian and a member of the seat of debate and discussion, I firmly believe that the steady continuation of these efforts will strengthen trust in the rule of law and related systems, both at home and internationally, and will in turn contribute to the achievement of SDG 16. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Japan. I invite Mr. Traore from Mali to the podium. Mali, the floor is yours.
Merci, monsieur. Thank you, sir. President, Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Angola, President of the IPU, Secretary General of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation, dear participants. May I, on behalf of the transition authorities in Mali, His Excellence Colonel Assimi Goïta, President of the Transition, Head of State, on behalf of Honorable Colonel Malik Diaw, President of the National Transition Council, who I represent here at this World Parliamentary meeting, may I pay thanks to Allah, the Merciful, the Almighty, who has made it possible to hold this session of the 147th Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union here in Luanda in Angola. I wish to congratulate the National Assembly of the Republic of Angola. I invite and thank the National Assembly for honoring my country with this invitation to attend the session of our organization. May I convey the warm greetings of the people of Mali to all the participants here and the greetings of its government. I convey these greetings to all the delegations of parliamentarians, experts, and representatives of civil society who have traveled here to Luanda. Honorable participants, parliamentarians from around the world, this assembly is being held at a time when world peace and the rights of people are particularly threatened on all continents. These contemporary challenges reflect the right of the most powerful over the weakest, those of the richest vis-à-vis the have-nots. Injustice and unequal sharing of wealth and means of subsistence have become a system of governance, thereby turning into a threat for the future of humanity at large. President, dear guests, the theme of the general debate for this assembly is parliamentary action for peace, justice, and strong institutions. It's evocative. It asks and calls on our assembly to reflect in depth in a participatory manner in order to come up with courageous resolutions which will focus on we parliamentarians and our role in reinforcing peace, respect for human rights, and democracy. In Mali, in my country, and in the Sahel in general, peace has been threatened for about a decade by terrorism and violent extremism, which impose an asymmetrical, cruel war on governments and civil populations. Sustainable development in this region is undermined. The lack of security fosters arms trafficking, drug trafficking, and human trafficking, which is part and parcel of the functioning of terrorism and mass movement of populations, the closing of schoolrooms, the absence of basic health structures, risks of food insecurity for women, young people, and children who end up being the main victims. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable participants, the Transition Authority has chosen the following principles: respect for the sovereignty of Mali, respect for strategic choices and partnership, respect for the vital interests of the Malian people. In the name of these principles, we call on all partners who can help us to check terrorism and reestablish security in our country. This assembly must be an opportunity for the Sahelian countries to obtain material and financial assistance from partners in the international community who must support states and governments combating terrorism and violent extremism, which have become a scourge. The aim is to finance their economies so that the Sahelian states can rise to challenges such as the fight against poverty, access to health and education, food self-sufficiency, and security. Ladies and gentlemen, dear parliamentarians, citizens around the world expect us to achieve results. States which support terrorism in material, financial, and moral terms are all around us. We must stop this. We hope that this 147th Assembly will therefore come out with resolutions that bolster parliamentary action to further peace, justice, and effective and strong institutions. Rich states must shoulder their duty and responsibility and help us to combat terrorism and violent extremism and finance development projects in the Sahel region so that peace, justice, human rights, and democracy triumph. Thank you for your attention.
I now invite Pakistan to address the Assembly and invite Senator Saeed to the podium. Pakistan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Milton Dick from Australia, a member of the Commonwealth like Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and assalamu alaikum. It's a great pleasure for me as leader of the Pakistan delegation to be addressing this important IPU conference in the heart of Africa in Luanda, Angola, more so because Pakistan played a pivotal role in the liberation of Angola by supporting the MPLA during their fight against Portuguese colonialism under the leadership of Dr. Agostinho Neto, as we did in the case of South Africa, ANC, with the case of Mozambique, Frelimo, SWAPO in Namibia, and ZANU Patriotic Front in Zimbabwe, as well as Morocco, Tunisia, and Algeria, because we have a track record of supporting the oppressed and supporting liberation movements. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's conference is Parliamentary Action for Peace and Justice. And this is the ultimate requirement in these times, especially in Gaza and Palestine. There's a test case, not just for the IPU, not just for the international community, but for humanity at large, where after the Sabra Shatila massacre done by Israel in 1982 in Lebanon, we are seeing the worst crimes against humanity being committed under Israeli state terrorism, the carnage, the massacre, the genocide in Gaza. And unfortunately, those who do not speak up, they are complicit on those crimes. Even yesterday, hospitals were bombed. 19 hospitals have been bombed. 2,000 children have been martyred. 4,000 women have been martyred. This is something which is happening in the 21st century. We talk of the Holocaust in the previous century. We talk of other massacres in Bosnia. But this is happening before our own eyes. And it is shocking that even a country like the United States of America, which talks of human rights and which talks of the rule of law, is opposing a ceasefire, which means they are allowing Israel to continue the massacre, to continue the genocide, and continue the carnage in occupied Palestine. I would like to pay tribute to the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, who, like Mr. Pacheco, is from Portugal, when he said yesterday at the UN Security Council that what happened on October 7th, the Palestinian resistance to Israeli repression, and I quote him, was not in a vacuum. And the context is 56 years of illegal Israeli occupation, which is immoral and unjust, which is based on racial discrimination, which is based on treating them as outcasts, and the language used by the Israel occupation authorities with 560 checkposts in occupied West Bank is simply unacceptable. And under international law and the UN Charter, resistance to illegal occupation is justified under international law. So in this regard, Mr. Chairman, Pakistan demands an end to the Gaza genocide, immediate end to the illegal Israeli occupation and blockade, which has been there for 16 years, and upholding the right of self-determination of the people of Palestine through an independent state of Palestine with Jerusalem as its capital, and also the end of Israeli desecration of the Muslim holy sites. Ladies and gentlemen, before coming to Luanda, I was in Beijing for the Belt and Road Forum organized by China. And we see a new world opening up where there's a resurgence of Asia, resurgence of Africa, and there's connectivity, there is cooperation among 140 countries who were present in Beijing last week. We feel that is the way forward. We reject any notion of a new Cold War. We feel that in this, the 21st century, the Asian African century, the global South has to build a better tomorrow with no overlords and no underdogs. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
I now invite the Republic of Korea to address the Assembly. Mr. Sewell, the floor is yours.
Distinguished delegates, I am Solun, head of the Republic of Korea delegation. In this world today, facing multiple challenges, the role of a parliament is more critical than ever to create a peaceful, just and inclusive society. Achieving sustainable peace and justice requires effective and accountable public administration in a democratic political environment. Parliaments play a key role in this, as it makes laws and policies by converging opinions of the people and forging a compromise to change the society. But I doubt if our parliament are faithfully fulfilling this critical mission. We should reflect on ourselves if we do not only represent the vested interest. The Korean National Assembly is also working hard to provide the necessary support to create a fair and just society. It opens up doors for citizens to participate in politics with a view to better reflect the diversity of interests, identify and address through legislative means injustice and marginalization overshadowed by rapid economic growth. To give you some example, the National Assembly made an overhaul of laws against child abuse. It also revamped the laws on employment of economically vulnerable senior citizens and the protection of tenants' rights. It is also actively discussing the introduction of a comprehensive anti-discrimination bill, which prohibits unjustified discrimination in all areas. Distinguished delegates, I propose to make good use of intelligent technology in ensuring institutional transparency and effectiveness to advance democracy. Digital technologies such as ICT and AI can be useful in politics and public administration. It can enhance policy transparency and effectiveness by bridging the gap in information and perspectives between the people and the state. Using ICT for data collection and interactive communication facilitates citizens' direct participation in public affairs. It helps complement the imitation of representative democracy and address marginalization caused by unfair policies. As part of the efforts to create a more inclusive society, the National Assembly used digital technology. It live streams policy seminars organized by MPs. This facilitates interactive communication with the citizens, helping them better understand policies and have their voices heard. It also offers AI-based subtitle service to guarantee those with hearing impairments the right to information. This all today, we crisscrossed interest and tech-driven rapid social changes demands more than ever includes policies that serve the needs of minorities. It is our responsibilities as MPs to advocate for such policies to ensure justice, fairness, and peace. Lastly, my heart is heavy with sorrow because of the war between Israel and Hamas. I look forward to discussing with you values of peace and inclusiveness that are desperately needed today and the path our parliament should take going forward. Thank you.
I thank the Republic of Korea. I now invite Mr. Rachkov from Belarus to the podium. Belarus, the floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, Sustainable Development Goal 16, being the key to the entire SDG framework, addresses a fundamental problem that underlines many crises of our time, like the challenges of governance and people's trust in public institutions and their ability to tackle the needs of all people in an equitable and sustainable manner. I would like to recall that not so long ago, the Inter-Parliamentary Union published a large-scale study, the Global Parliamentary Report on Public Engagement in the Work of Parliament. And the National Assembly of the Republic of Belarus also participated in its preparation. We actively discussed the concept of this document during the 144th IPU Assembly in Indonesia and held a number of online presentations. The report publication was the starting point for a new phase of work by the IPU and UNDP to support parliaments in their public engagement activities. The IPU has created a kind of information hub, the Public Engagement Hub, which brings together MPs, parliamentary staff, academics, civil society representatives, and others to share experiences and best practices through webinars, case studies, and its online platform. In a rapidly changing world, a parliament must respond to current processes, adapt and revitalize its lawmaking practices to address adequately the challenges of the present and future, as well as the specific needs of our people. In this context, I would like to mention the new forms of work in the Belarusian parliament. The National Assembly of Belarus has introduced a new format of interaction with the executive power, government hours, during which members of the government are presenting their reports to the MPs. We hold working group sessions, meetings, dialogue platforms, scientific and practical conferences, fora, seminars and roundtables to identify public and expert opinion. An expert council has been set up in the upper chamber of the parliament to ensure the drafts of the most important normative legal acts are considered in detail to make proper assessments of the political, financial, economic, social, and other consequences of their adoption. It seems important for us to update methods of interaction of the parliament with the citizens and public organizations. The Senate of Belarus has introduced such innovative practices as a one-day reception of citizens in each region of Belarus, a speaker's call to a citizen, an invitation of the applicant to a parliamentary meeting. Our special focus is on the citizens' collective appeals, which are consistently considered by a wide range of specialists and experts. This year, the Parliament of Belarus has developed and adopted a new unparalleled law, the Fundamentals of Civil Society, which, among the other issues, significantly expands the scope of political functionality of public organizations and associations of Belarus, both internally and externally. Another topical issue is to work proactively and efficiently with young people. The Belarusian Parliament has the Youth Council, which has been working for 2 parliamentary convocations already. Its members actively participate in parliamentary events, make proposals, and present their vision of lawmaking. Such formats of dialogue with promising young people make it possible to build effective communication tools with them and to prepare young people for public and political activities. The new arsenal of tools used in the Belarusian parliament activities allows to increase citizens and civil society engagement in decision-making and ensure a wider representation of public opinion in the parliament. Speaking in general about the whole SDG framework, I would like to emphasize that Belarus is an active supporter of global efforts to ensure sustainable development. The National SDG reporting platform has been established as a part of the Sustainable Development Goals management architecture and in line with international approaches. Currently, the platform provides access to the database of 222 indicators since 2000. Thus, the progress of the Republic of Belarus in achieving SDG 16 outcome targets is monitored based on 23 indicators defined nationally and globally. However, Belarus its efforts to implement the SDGs as well as that of many other developing countries have become hostage of growing international confrontation and unwillingness of a group of countries to respect the sovereign choice of other states' development paths and to have an honest dialogue on emergencies of global and regional security. The situation is made complicated to countries using unilateral coercive measures that contradict the UN Charter, damage the economies of entire countries and regions, and violate the rights of millions of people. In this context, we call on the Inter-Parliamentary Union and MPs to stand up jointly against illegal sanctions policies in order to ensure international peace and progress to SDG implementation. Thank you very much.
Merci, je vous en prie. Maintenant.
Thank you very much. We now give the floor to Armenia.
Thank you. Madam President, Excellencies, heads of the parliaments, fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank our Angolan hosts for the excellent organization of the Assembly and a warm hospitality extended to all delegates. The 16th goal of sustainable development is dedicated to promoting peaceful and inclusive societies, providing access to justice for all, and building effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. However, ongoing and new violent conflicts around the world are derailing the global path to peace and achievements of goal number 16. Alarmingly, the year of 2022 witnessed a more than 50% increase in conflict-related civilian deaths, the first since the adoption of Agenda 2030. High levels of armed violence and insecurity have a destructive impact on a country's development. Dear colleagues, While speaking about the peace and justice, let me address the situation in the South Caucasus region. On September 19th, unfortunately, Azerbaijan launched one more large-scale aggression against the people of Nagorno-Karabakh, violating international law and the trilateral statements of November 9, 2020, which they signed. The military attack showcased that the goal was to finalize the ethnic cleansing of the Armenian population from Nagorno-Karabakh, as well as try to involve the Republic of Armenia into a new war. The aggression resulted in hundreds of victims and injured, including civilian population, women and children. Over 100,000 people were forcibly displaced from Nagorno-Karabakh to Armenia. It is sad, extremely sad, that despite hundreds of alarms, decisions of the International Court of Justice, resolutions of the European Parliament, PASE, and parliaments of certain countries, appeals of executive bodies, the international community, we all were unable to prevent the ethnic cleansing of Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh. The attack followed more than 9 months of blockade of the Lachin corridor, the only road connecting Nagorno-Karabakh with Armenia and the rest of the world. Blockade affected electricity, gas, food, medical supplies, emergency health care. The International Court of Justice made 2 rulings on lifting the blockade and opening the corridor. However, these rulings were never implemented by Azerbaijan. This was the prelude to the ethnic cleansing that reached its aim in the following days. The government of Armenia and people of Armenia did everything to receive and shelter more than 100,000 Armenians, victims of the ethnic cleansing in Nagorno-Karabakh. We could receive them due to the people of Armenia and the democracy of Armenia. People because sometimes they did not wait what the government would do. They provided their forcibly displaced compatriots with the essential goods and temporary shelter. And the democracy because due to the democracy and open economy, non-corrupt government, we had enough economy to grow, economic growth to support 100,000 plus people of Nagorno-Karabakh. We are grateful to our international partners which have already made and or will continue to make allocations aimed at overcoming the humanitarian crisis caused by the forced displacement of Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians. Around 150 kilometers square still stands occupied by Azerbaijan due to the aggression against internationally recognized sovereign territory of Armenia. Armenia does not have territorial claims to its neighbors. Armenia is committed to peace agenda in the region. Armenia's position is to establish peaceful relations based on the mutual recognition of sovereignty and territorial integrity of the states. Armenia and Azerbaijan should open their roads for each other, borders, and other relevant control services should operate based on the jurisdiction, sovereignty, and legislation of the countries. This should be done based on the principle of reciprocity and equality, stretching from east to west, from the Caspian Sea to the Mediterranean, from north to south, from the Persian Gulf to the Black Sea. We named this project the Crossroad of Peace. Armenia is ready to ensure the safety of cargo, vehicles, people, pipelines, electric lines in its territory because the Crossroads of Peace implies the passage of pipelines and power lines as well. We call international partners to take part in this large-scale project. The peace agenda in our region does not have alternative. We are committed to the path of democracy in order to achieve a stable and a lasting peace in the whole region. We are resolute in our choice and looking forward to support by our international partners. Thank you very much for the attention.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you, distinguished colleagues. Now I'd like to say that we're going to break until 2:30 p.m. We're going to have our lunch break. And at 2:30, we shall resume our session. Thank you.
Recording stopped.